Um, that's why I don't put out records all the time, to be honest. I once heard Joni Mitchell do an interview, and she described making records like, and then taking the time in between records as like to letting a field lay fallow, you know, and so it needs to re-enrich its soil, and just like an artist needs to find new inspiration. And when you're putting out a record every year, what more do you have to say? Honestly, if you're really trying to say anything in your music, what more do you have to say? Like a couple months after you just finish. I mean, now some people just, that's what they do. That's what they need to do. They just need to keep making records. But every artist is not the same, which is a huge point. Every artist is not the same. And for us to all have to be plugged into this little narrow version of like, you know, what we should be doesn't work. Whether it's as a Black musician trying to do music that doesn't fit what's the Black music category, or whether it's like you have to be on social media all the time, like most of your day, every day. All artists aren't going to go for that, you know? And so where does that leave those artists, right? So for me, I love making things that aren't music just as much as I love making music. So I took the time during the pandemic to start a lot of projects that I hadn't had time for before. So I came up with this book idea that I wanted to do. It's a memoir, but it goes back 4 generations of women in my family to my great grandmother in Mississippi in 1886. So I just got a book deal. So I'm going to write this book. I also have a film project that I'm working on. My teas, and I have like 1,000 ideas a day too. That's just who I am. And I love being able to just plug my creativity into other mediums. So what I'd like to do is figure out a way to create more space for myself to do that, and still make music. I love making music, but I'm not going to continue to do it in a way that is so unbalanced and so unhealthy and so unsupported by the very people who say that they love music, or the companies that make their living off of what we do, but don't support us.
Yeah, I always said that there's one of the things when revenue streams and different revenue streams started being with technology, there were different ways to access finances, and there was always this conversation about like, I think very important for artists who are working, or anyone, to recognize their potential revenue streams where they can get compensation for doing their work, and that's a really important thing for artists to address with their own practice. But there was one time where I was really frustrated, and I thought, I feel like I'm someone who's I want to drive a bus, and everyone's like, okay, well, you got to design the bus. Then you have to go get all the materials for the bus. Then you have to put the bus together by yourself. Then you're going to get the bus out of here. You're going to drive the bus over here. Now you're driving the bus, but we're not paying you for the bus. You got to make a t-shirt about how you're driving the bus, and then you'll sell that, but people aren't really getting on the bus anymore. So maybe you can talk about, right, and I was just like, man, you just can't win. Like, you just used to be able to just play a guitar or sing. And I appreciate you bringing up that what we need to foreground, which is musicians have really different experiences in terms of genre, in terms of, someone is on the festival circuit and they're having a really, they're booming right now. There's all sorts of ways of working. But what I feel like I'm hearing, and it seems like what you're hearing too, is that there is just this intense level of depletion, and there's this intense level of having to work beyond a scope that anyone should really be having to hold.
Yeah, and that's happening with some of the largest artists you can imagine. And, these are conversations that are private that everybody doesn't hear. But the burnout at the level of the artist that seems like the largest artist in the world, is so intense. And then you have people who are just like, well, they signed up for this. They're public figures, and that's a thing that you hear a lot. And it's like, well, most people signed up to be artists, and there's all different kinds of artists. So yes, some people maybe just wanted the fame, but even if they did, and people don't like to talk about this, does that mean that they shouldn't get like basic human rights of fair and sustainable work conditions, right? Which means that you see these artists, big artists, they're playing arenas all the time, and then the fans are like, they seem tired. you know? And like, I just saw this whole thing on Bad Bunny where people were like trashing him. This was like right after the hurricane in Puerto Rico, you know? He didn't seem into it, he seemed tired, you know? And it was like, well, he is tired. Like he's probably just, some family members having trouble and he's doing show after show after show. And it's like there's no compassion for that because it's a sense of entitlement around entertainment that I think we have to address culturally too. It's just like, first of all, music has become devalued. It's just like music is free, which I think needs to be reevaluated. And I'm not saying that we need to go back. I know that we're not going to go back to like get rid of streaming, people buying records. I know that. But the streaming situation needs to be changed to actually be able to support the artists who are being streamed. Currently, it's like, I don't know, I'm not good at numbers, but it's like 0.0003 cents per stream, which means most artists are not seeing any income from streaming. And I'm kind of losing my train of thought. What am I talking about?
That's okay. We're talking about a dark place.
Wait, I don't want to move on because I know
streaming and
the cultural idea of being entitled, right?
Yep.
So the thing is, we have to teach people that you have to value music. So that means a child whose parents are paying the subscription and they're just streaming music, whatever, and they think it's free. Well, a parent should have a conversation and be like, hey, like there's actually an artist who's made this music, and this is how maybe we need to figure out a way as kids, to have conversations about this. The schools need to be teaching education that talks about some of these problems so that kids are coming up kind of thinking of solutions. Like just like when we teach, government, we say, this is kind of broken. This is what it is. But like, we need to think of solutions. Well, music education should be like, it's kind of broken. We need to think of solutions because this is the problem. And I think instead, it's like you flick on a light switch, you get light, you turn on a faucet, you get water, and you press a button and you get music. And so that's what people are thinking, that music is like a utility, that you're entitled to it. And it's not right. And it's not going to get us to where we need to get to. So I think there's an education component. But I also think that the idea that, that these aren't human beings and that their job is to just entertain us at any cost, and that the rate that we consume at is okay. And that, there's no consideration for the fact that it's a human being. And I think that we need to reevaluate the expectations around that. Also, the way that we think of music as background now, it's like, because people find music in TV and film and commercials, and through TikTok, they're thinking like, oh, music's just something that's in the background of the real stuff that's going on. So music is not, once again, valuable. And people are having these experiences, people who have shoot to stardom because of TikTok. A TikTok song blows up and they're going to shows and the crowd's like, until the one little snippet from TikTok, and they're like, wow! And then, and it's like, that's not a good experience for the performer either. So it's just like, I think we need to start having conversations about how we value music and how we value entertainers.
And how I'm in a broader section, like one of the things that's on my mind is how do we, in sharing our experience, also bring this out into the communities that we're a part of? Like there should be health insurance that's accessible. There should be like the issues that we're coming up.
Childcare for mothers in music, and mothers everywhere.
Yeah.
But then for music too, there's a separate set of challenges. If you have to leave all the time to do your job, and you can't afford to pay for childcare, and it's very different with the male artists who many of them have wives who stay at home and take care of the house and the kids,
Asterisk, we recognize that's not the case gender-wise across the board.
No, that's why I said many of them, because,
I agree.
Many of them don't.
I heard what you said, but I just
but many of them
asterisk.
do. And I'm not going to not say that because that's true.
Yeah.
That's
a whole nother conference.
Because the industry is very male dominated. And it's a really unique experience being a woman in this industry. And part of the experience is that the men have different situations around having children. And it's a different experience. So they still feel good going out and, leaving for extended periods of time and know that their children in their homes are going to be taken care of. And I think it's different for many women in the industry.
1000%. I have just one or two more questions, and then we'll take a couple questions from the crew here. What are we doing wrong as artists, and how can we use our superpowers for resilience in our community? I mean, one of the things that's great across the board in the U.S. is we're seeing a labor movement that's reconnecting with workers. There's AFM. There's unions that represent music workers. There's a new collective that's working on representing artists working mostly against streaming issues. So there are sort of coalitions and collective endeavors, but like, have you thought about like, oh, if I only had this, or like, I want to talk to her when you're doing your podcast and you're talking to other creatives, like, what are we doing wrong, or what could we be doing, or how, like, is there something that's on your mind that's just like, let's just get started with this?
I think one of the main things we're doing wrong is being quiet and not coming together. There is a sense of shame with being able to, with saying something like, I'm not able to make this work. And I think that is something that we need to evaluate about why are we all adopting this version of success that's dictated by capitalism, and by somebody else's ideas of what success is for each individual. And I think we need to have the conversations with ourselves, because many of us have achieved great success and are struggling on such deep levels. So I think there needs to be an evaluation of that, and being able to speak up and speak out about that experience. And I think a lot of people don't, because some people aren't open to hearing it. Like, if you were to have one of the biggest artists say, oh, I'm really struggling, you're not going to, a lot of times, get any empathy from some people. But if somebody were to make a connection from the very, lowest tier of just coming up artists, who are just beginning in their level of success, to the highest, and start to draw a line between some of the problems that go across the whole thing. There's so many things that we're all experiencing that are not okay and are not acceptable. And if we can actually rally together and begin talking about these things and figuring out some of the solutions that would actually make it a fully better creative environment and career and ecosystem for everybody, then I think that we'd actually be able to unify, which is something that artists have never been able to do, like to form unions in the way that other what do you call it, industries, thank you, industries have. I think it's been a real disservice, because we haven't been able to say, no, we're not doing that, because everybody's so scared that if you say no, what will you lose? And people have a lot to lose. And I think that if we can find a way to have conversations, to find commonality, to figure out what exactly is broken and how we can fix it. And also, technology's been moving so fast. And so I think part of the problem is like, first of all, it's not just the artists who don't know what's going on. The managers don't know what's going on. The industry and the corporations don't know what's going on, but they're like, whatever's going on, we need to get on the side where the money's being made. So we don't, when streaming started, they were so lost and so confused. And they were like, all right, let's just throw the artists under the bus and like, let's get in on the business side so that, so we can figure out how we're going to be okay. So there's always been like, as technology is going, it's like the corporations are just figuring out how they're going to be okay. But the artists have been just left behind over and over again. And they always have in the music industry. So if we can't start having these honest conversations about what's hard and what's not working, and communally talking about what we can do together to fix it, then I don't think there's any hope. And also, I think social media is a big problem for so many reasons. But one of them is you're hiding behind this, facade of like being okay and not feeling. It's almost like you're trapped in this prison of that facade because you believe if you let it down, then you lose a lot of your endorsements, of your fans, or of the presumption that you're in this place where everybody wants to buy into. And if you're not really doing as good, then people are going to turn their back on you. And I think that's something that's really in the way of artists being able to like be true and honest to each other and to their fans. And if you can't be honest, then you can't get any work done.
That's a great stopping place for us because I'm with you 1000%. And I would just say that it's important, I think, for musicians to remind ourselves and each other that we have a skill set that we often don't recognize in terms of communication, in terms of tracing experience that's happening. You can talk about metacognition, you could talk about just being in tune with vibes, whatever, but we have that organizational and expressive and compositional power. And that's what always makes me very excited and feel hopeful because those are my people, right? And I think that I'm curious about, we need testimony, right? And then with that testimony and with that sharing and helping each other, like I'm not naive, but I do think that there's going to have to be some major resets in technology. There's going to have to be some major resets with human rights. I mean, it's up to, I grew up with soul music in St. Louis as a kid. And I also like the first music that I remember hearing is just righteous and indie rock righteous, hip hop, right? Like it's a very powerful, righteous energy. And that's just.
But I think that's part of what commodification of music and art has done. And I think what the reason that all these corporations have been able to continue to exploit artists in this way is because they became so in control of what sells, and you can't get in unless you do exactly what sells. And their notion of what sells has become so specific, and they are controlling culture now because artists who might have had brilliant, things to say and ways of saying it and doing it differently are now struggling to make a hit that sounds just like that last hit that somebody off the TV show made or an influencer of TikTok made, because that's what sells. Because now they don't care about music anymore. Where Atlantic used to be run by people who care about music, for example, with the Arethas, and these were companies that really cared about finding something that was going to change the world. Now they're run by like money people from like other countries aren't even here. I'm not, whether they're here or not, it's not important. But the point is, they're people that are not music people. They're money people, and they're running these companies. So, A&Ring used to be finding an artist and developing an artist or whatever. Now it's like, find something that sounds just like that hit. And then when we're done with them, we're throwing them away. And then we're going to get another person sounds just like this hit. So artists are trying to make music, spending all their time trying to make their music that's not creative and not righteous.
Do you think we're losing that skill set because people are so focused on trying to answer those questions and fit that form?
I do. And also we're also controlling culture in racist ways, even. For instance, like for Black artists who are told that they have to make Black music that sounds just like this, and a rap, the only rap that sells, for example, is talking about, guns and drugs and women in this way. And that's the only thing that's going to sell. Well, there's so many artists who don't want to talk about that and who aren't, but they're not going to be picked up by the major labels and they're not going to play on radio. So they're trying to talk about this stuff, but then you get the situation where all these rappers are getting killed over like their chains and stuff. And then trying to perpetuate this idea that they're rich because that's what we talk about in Black music, and half the time people are renting these chains. It's a false narrative. It's the facade that I'm talking about. And it's hurting culture because the corporations are controlling culture by what they let in the door and what they allow you to make a living off of. And so I mean, I had to just respond to the righteous music thing because I think that,
I appreciate that.
yeah.
I love it. But I think building out the conversation and connecting with each other is imperative. And I think learning to overcome shame, tell truths, and support each other when things are messy, right? I
Yeah.
mean, I think if there's anything the pandemic offered us, that's one thing, is to give each other some grace around some messy and scary and embarrassing moments, right?
Yeah.
Well, thank you. We have a couple minutes for some questions. Yeah, Michael, you want to handle that?
Just wanted to say applaud and incredibly brave, frankly, of you as an artist to come out with that statement, which did hit around the world. My question is, whether you know it or not, you're now in the position where you are at the vanguard of that, and you are a disruptor. You're somebody who's saying, well, the industry isn't working. So my question really was, how has that been reacted to? The artist sits at the center of the ecosystem. Lots of people are reliant on you for the decisions that you need to make for yourself and for your career. So what did your manager think? What does your crew think? What is you don't have a label, but that ecosystem, what's their reaction to that? Are they supporting it? And for you personally, is there a fear of what you're doing? Do you feel like you might be damaging your career in a way that?
Sure. I feel like I stepped off the sinking Titanic and I'm in a lifeboat in the middle of a freezing ocean and I have no idea where I'm going or how I'm getting there. My managers were shocked by the decision and nobody knew what to do. But then when all the support started coming in and it became a big deal, and when they saw that I got more social media coverage than than I would have gotten touring, they're like, okay, great, And I'm not saying that they don't care about me because they do. But I think there was a real fear that I was going to just ruin everything for myself. And the fact is that in a time where so many of our cultural pillars are just falling apart, whether it's government, whether it's, religion or all the different systems that we have built our lives around are falling apart. When someone tells the truth about anything, it's such a refreshing thing that I think people flock towards the truth. And I think that's what happened. That was the response. Artists were like, oh my God, thank you. And that meant a lot to me personally, because I've been hearing people talk about it, but then it just showed me. I mean, it went so much farther than people that I even knew, obviously, that were feeling the same way and struggling or out on the road. I got a lot of people out on the road, like, I am losing so much money and I'm out here, As far as my agents, I mean, look, I had to have a talk with them and I was just like, if you guys don't bring me anything that makes sense, I'm not doing it, and that's the reality. So the challenge for them is to start thinking outside the box. How can we figure out things to do in a creative way that might make more sense, where I still get to do something for the fans, but it maybe doesn't cost as much, or we figure out a way, and I don't think that most managers, agents or labels are that creative anymore. And I think that's part of the problem. So I think that it's time for some creativity and some just evaluation of how things have been working and where they need to change and how they should be working. I don't think any of those people are that good at that, the labels and the agents. There's always people who are, but I think as industries, they've stopped being creative because they're under so much pressure to meet the bottom line in this capitalist world. I mean, where art is not valued, they want to keep their jobs, they want to keep their salaries. So there's not. But what people don't know is there's always more money to be made when you think of something that works better. And I think that people are so short-sighted. They don't realize that when things are better for people, it works better. So
Yeah. Okay. Santi, thank you so much for your time and for your heart.
Thank you guys for inviting me.
Yeah, it's been really great to have you in the room. I know that people really appreciate you coming and spending time with us. So
Thank you. Thank you guys too.
we Hello. So we have a panel coming up that I'm super excited about, personally invested in, worked with Assistant Professor Jay Hammond on putting it together. And so we're going to have Kate Becker from King County, Tefpo Umisu, and Tara Rapley. Come on up.
Oh, back and forth.
Check. All right. Well, thank you all for coming back. We are sure happy to be here doing this. So I am up here today with three absolutely phenomenal people whose whose accomplishments run so deep, I'm rather daunted to be sitting up here with them. I'm not kidding. Wait till you hear about them. And I don't know if you've had a chance to read their bios, but phenomenal work they're doing. So I think we should start with each of you introducing yourself, if you would. And let's do that first. Do you want to start, Taramona? And do you want to do a land acknowledgement for us? Okay, great.
Kia ora ana, no Rarotonga Aitutaki me Mangaia tōku mama, no Jamaica, Cuba, Suriname tōku papa, kei te noho ana hau ki Tāmaki Makaurau ki Aotearoa, ki ngā whānau, kei hau e whā, ngā tamariki, e whā ngā mokopuna. Ko Tiramana Rafli Tokunga. I'm just giving an introduction and telling you where my mother and my father are from, the lands that they're from, and where my ancestors are from. I live in Auckland, New Zealand, and I live there with my 4 sons, who are spread around the country now, actually, and I have 4 grandchildren. Yeah, that's pretty much me. But while we're sitting here, and we just think a little bit about our ancestors that are with us always. And I love the way that you opened us today, Rebecca. That was beautiful. And I had a little bit of a tangi, a little bit of a cry there, thinking about those who've passed recently. Well, we are never alone. Never alone. Me taki. Thank you.
Hi, thanks for the invitation here. My name is Kareem Jackson. When I was 12 years old, I gave myself the name Tef Poe. A lot of people ask me, well, what is Tef Poe? What does that mean? When I was 12, I didn't know what it meant either. I was walking down the street, freestyling, and the 2 words came to me. Tef is a Ethiopian grain. It's what I later learned, and Poe is short for poetry. So the name means food for thought. For me, it's my actual name. It's not a Kareem and Tef Poe. It's my actual name. I'm from St. Louis, Missouri. I come here from St. Louis by way of Boston. I am a hip hop fellow at Harvard through Nasir Jones, the actual God MC Nas. I get to use his name in my introduction, and that's a grave privilege for a person from my lineage. But we'll talk more about a bunch of the other stuff later.
Hi y'all, I'm Umi Sue. I use they, them pronouns. I'll talk about my name as well. Umi actually is a chosen name. It means the ocean, and I chose it about 5 years ago and had a legal name change. I'm trans and non-binary, and grew up here in Virginia, across the river, but actually in Tidewater area. Moved to Virginia when I was 12 from Taipei, and the sort of drastic soundscape change made me who I am today. Been sort of after sounds of migration, thinking about people, communities, and how they move across spaces, and how communities can continue to thrive in this changing world.
And I'm Kate Becker, and I have worked in nonprofits for most of my careers. And these days I am the Creative Economy and Recovery Director in Executive Constantine's office, who most of you met earlier today. So all of us have worked in music, in activism, and in creating change. So I'm wondering if each of you would frame up some of the work that you've been doing, assuming that not everyone in the room has read your bios yet, but give people a sense of who you are and what you're working on.
Well, currently in my day job, I am a creative economy strategist for economic development and cultural agency for our local government. I was privileged with the opportunity to write the first creative economy strategy for our region. It was released in May this year. I don't have a background in policy. I went to university to look at business and stuff in my 20s, I think it was, and I found it really boring. So I left after the first year and graduated with something, I don't know what it was. I used my gut instinct to make decisions in everything in my life, and my work is no different. I don't separate myself in terms of from creativity or being creative. Everything I do is creative. Whether I'm making dinner, walking down the road, it's creative, yo. And so I've approached my work in local government in that same way. I understood the remit of the purpose of having local government, these controlling institutions, is to have a positive impact on the people that we serve. It's not quite working like that all the time. So I felt that the best way for me in this space that wasn't necessarily designed for me, and then the system on top of that, which was not designed for many people, I would just bring my whole self to the table every time I'm present in spaces, which is why I talk your ears off if you come and talk to me. I prefer to be present and bring my whole self every single time. No apologies, no. And I'm not being offensive. I'm not meaning to be offensive in any way, but I treat people the way that I would like to be treated. And that's how I operate.
Thanks, Tara. Tara?
I do a lot of things. I'm an artist first and foremost. I think that's important because growing up as a young Black boy in a Republican state, you know, just having the notion to think that I could be a professional musician of any sort was just such a wild pitch to working class people. But I consider myself a working class artist. So I work for my money through the means of art. And I've been blessed in many ways that my life has led me to one where I use my natural talents to exist, if that makes any sense. I know what I'm good at, I know what I'm into, and I've found ways to intellectualize those things, I feel, and make them mean more than just words scribbled in a notebook or, you know, just jotted mumble jumble in the Pro Tools. So I am a rapper, but in 2022, there is a pinch of shame with saying that sometimes. So I have to say I'm a rapper, and Barack Obama called me to the White House, and this happened, and that happened, and that happened, and that happened. In this current iteration of my existence, just being a hip hop artist isn't good enough. And unfortunately, as a Black male in America, is never good enough. I can add 1,000 things to that, never be good enough. So I have always felt like politics and art were kind of closely woven together. And I never knew that there was a distinction between the two. I grew up on late 90s hip hop. That's when I was coming into myself. 1996 was a very important year for me. And I'll try to close, but I'm just giving some context for why I do the work that I do. So I'm approaching the world through a late 90s hip hop gaze. A kid who saw his biggest influences get assassinated. Tupac was gunned down, Biggie was gunned down. I'm entering the world of consciousness through Wu-Tang Clan and Bahamadia and these artists that a lot of people may not even know who they are, but they were very important MCs to me in my self-discovery process, knowledge itself process. And so I always thought that activism was a component of hip hop. I never knew that it was not. I later discovered as an adult that I was doing something bizarre to people by mixing the two. So in 2014, a young boy in my neighborhood was gunned down by a police officer by the name of Darren Wilson. I was on tour at the time, and we had a layover at home. And I went to the area. These are the same streets that he was gunned down on. I walked those streets a trillion times in my life. So we went to the location, and one day of showing up at the scene ended up with me being there for over 400 days of protests and close resistance against the police. From there, I've started an organization and ended up working at Harvard. Today I work for an organization that I started by the name of Black Men Build, which is, we focus on organizing and pulling Black men away from Republican indoctrination and misinformation, trying to reverse patriarchy, homophobia, and the effects of misogyny in the Black community as well. Really focusing on the issues that cause young men to go astray and try to turn Black men back into productive members of the movement for Black liberation.
That was incredible. Hard to follow. So I'll say my path is slightly, I don't know, more, since we're on a college campus, I'll talk about kind of the academic turned something else path, which I do have a degree in an academic degree in ethnomusicology. And when I finished that, I moved to LA and I wanted to do something different from just what everyone else around me in school did, which is that they teach, which is a great job. And I felt like I wanted to see the impact of my work sooner and in more concrete ways. So I ended up becoming a civil servant. I worked through a fellowship called ACLS Public Fellowship. I ended up becoming the first digital strategist at the City of Los Angeles Department of Cultural Affairs. And then at the time, there's in 2013, there's a lot of change happening in Los Angeles, gentrification, displacement, a lot of sort of, development, really quick, sort of urban development that was happening. A lot of musicians were, questioning affordability, which, that's off the roof now, literally off the roof. And so I wanted to do something with what I knew from school, and I wasn't sure how to do that. And so I was sort of observing just, what was happening within the municipal context. And, I don't know how much I want to get into now, because I think you're going to probably ask more questions about it. But what I did was I turned a kind of an academic curiosity about music, ecosystem, sustainability, all those things I learned in school. And I started like prodding and asking questions and learning just how, how a city's government structure, like municipality, the cultural affairs department, economic development, urban planning, all those different entities that are all set up like a machine, behemoth machine. How do I start just putting a little friction into the machine, asking to see, how we can better support, an environment for musicians to thrive, because, so much of that system was set up so long ago, it was no longer serving people. So, but yeah, I'll talk a bit more. I think there's like some policy stuff and then some really outdated granting system as well. But yeah, that's what I ended up doing, civil service.
All right, so all of you have worked on moving us towards a better world, some within civic service, some as activists, as musicians. So, let's talk about how we affect policy. How do we influence policy? How have you all personally been involved in trying to change the game?
Change the game. I don't like the system. So I have issues with that to start off with. How do I influence policy? The project that I did before the creative economy strategy was around Pacific People's Workforce Challenge. It was looking at why Pacific people in our city were not able to progress within the labor market. So we're talking about people that were getting around about $15 an hour for around about 15 years, which is not even the minimum wage. And why nothing was being done in that space, how were they not able to progress. So we interviewed both employees and employers. We interviewed businesses, small businesses, and we used their lived experience as the data, because we like data in civil service. So we provided the data for them, and we were able to secure $22 million to support programs that would be rolled out across 3 different agencies, a grassroots agency, one of our units within our agency, and a social innovation unit that's part of council, actually, a back then newly established agency, to create the programs that were required to do just that. And it wasn't like some sort of, oh, this is some money, here go. They then engaged the people that they served to see what they wanted. This is fantastic opportunity. We can talk to people and ask them what they want. And that's what they did. And so I'm not sure that it affects policy, but it affects the way that things are done. And that's one of the issues, right? So behaviors and values and all those things that within the system that make the system so wonderful. For some people and really not for other people. It's like Santi was saying about the system that we're working within. And there was a sister at the beginning of the day that asked one of the people that was up here a question around, well, what do we do inside this capitalist system that we've got? If we start looking first at the fact, and this was the challenges that I found when I started working council, the people we're serving were being used like they were assets. And when I think of musicians and the things that musicians are very unhappy about, it's because I believe, and I am a musician as well, is that we were treated like assets. And if you look at the definition of assets, what an asset is, and you think that that's what musicians have been labeled as, the language needs to change. And so with my, thank you, with my job, as you can imagine in this bureaucratic space, I'm changing that language on a daily basis. I don't care. You know what I mean? When people are talking about distributing music, I say, actually, you're trying to connect with people. That's what you're doing. So that's what your role is, connecting, not distributing. Distributing is a whole other thing, and it's attached to everything else, that system that's in there. So just having conversations with my colleagues in official meetings and also in presentations. I'm the tree hugging hippie in our agency. And yeah, just getting that language in there with them, and it's working. Yeah.
Absolutely awesome, Taramona. Yes.
As I was just sitting here thinking about so many different things, but definitely on a political level, in 2015, I believe, I went to Geneva, United Nations with the parents of Michael Brown Jr. And we testified on behalf of the community about what would appear to be terrorist violence, styled violence against people and very specific incidents of police brutality. And that was a really heavy moment for me, because I felt like I relate to you when you say you bring your total self into the room, and so many things that you've already said, but that specifically, because I think that's important as an artist. By me being there, that meant that my community's artistic community was in that room, having a very serious input on a very serious moment in a global context. And for the lineage of work that I come from, I attach that moment to the work that people like Malcolm X was trying to accomplish with getting the United Nations to take a more firm stance for human rights against certain infractions of militant violence implicated upon citizens in the US by our own bodies of armed protectors and so forth. And to just be there in that moment for me really meant that hip hop was in the room, and that art was not only making an impact, but I was now merging into a space where my art was meaning more than just, what I thought it meant. And I had to consider myself a sincere representative of people in a way that could move things politically, just beyond the dial of what an artist is supposed to be able to accomplish.
Incredible.
Yeah. Wow. So it's hard to follow again. But I'm going to say something that's actually going to echo what you were saying. When I started at Cultural Affairs in LA, it was this weird thing. Like, I was trying to pay attention to how people talk about music. And, us being neighbors with this sort of the media industry, music industry right next door, right? Like the sort of transnational big giant businesses. And there's a lot of incentive for them to kind of like have international and transnational impact, but they could care less about local impacts. In fact, like local economy isn't really on their agenda. And so what was strange is that from the perspective of the city of Los Angeles was that the city was like, oh, okay, well, we've got the big giants over there, like they take care of it. Meanwhile, there's so many musicians who are not really being taken care of. In fact, the people who are in that industry are not being taken care of. We just learned so much from Santi Gold about that. So what is going on here? There's a schism. And, and in fact, it was sort of like this myth, okay, we're just going to go with the industry's assumption of music. That's not find ways to to really think about actually what it takes to do this. The affordability issues, right? And livability. How do you live and work in the city? The different genres of music. Also, don't really translate into how something can sell or not. Really seeing music as a product was not going to be a helpful way for a municipality to think about its policies. And in fact, its granting system too. It's not just about how you can sell this stuff. What about the people who make it? And, in fact, there are so many different kinds of music that requires different ways of being in the community for these, for the actual musical practices to thrive. So there's at one point where we did some data collecting, and the project was actually associated with HUD. So it was actually a federally related project, and we did cultural asset mapping in the neighborhoods, and we asked the community what they saw as being culturally significant. And that was a game-changing moment because, we were going to go outside of our usual definition of music. And we weren't going to just let the free market capitalist logic support itself. We were actually asking people, oh, it turns out in this corner on Sunday afternoon, there is Afro-Cuban ensemble that's there, and they've been there for two decades. How do we support them? There are these mariachi musicians in East LA, and they have this sort of practice of busking, and then they play live music, but they need a place to store their instruments during the day when they're not out there. When they're doing their business, they need a place to get on a computer. So then they actually get their business out to people who are not just driving by the mariachi square. So different groups of people, different musicians have different needs, and so our cultural asset mapping project got us, the sort of the people who sit inside of the office, in the municipal government to sort of, to learn actually music isn't just a product. And in fact, it's sort of this lively thing that's a part of this ecosystem that has this complicated economy that's embedded in everybody else's kind of, spaces in that same world. So it goes into this sort of idea of the ecosystem that you all have been talking about. But that's the opposite direction of what the industry has been thinking of. International impact, local embeddedness. How do we reconcile the two? And those are the questions that I've been prodding, in the sort of cultural affairs circles. And I think that there have been some successes, but mostly I think it's about kind of changing that language that you were talking about, which is, that work.
My name also means rolling waves of the ocean, by the way.
Oh my God. I love that.
So Umi, you were in that critical role inside LA Cultural Affairs and you decided to leave. And did you decide to leave because you were done with what you set out to accomplish? Were you worn down by the bureaucracy of it all? Were you figuring you could make more impact elsewhere? Why'd you decide to leave?
I left for lots of reasons. In part, I think it was not a good place for me. I was just, going through a transition, legal name change, all that bathroom stuff. It was difficult in the city. That's a part of the symptoms of like the behemoth structure, is that there's not a whole lot of humanness in there. So personally, it wasn't a good place for me. But I remain active, as an activist, as a cultural organizer in Los Angeles. And I've just been like, connecting myself with different communities to find different ways in which like organizers and communities have found, ways to survive and thrive, given that the government actually doesn't try very hard to care for them. So that's what I've been doing, kind of in part still putting on my hat as an ethnographer, learning, but also making changes happen in these different circles. And I found some really cool things, like, for instance, there is y'all probably know the Linda Lindas, right? At this point. Yeah, so the Linda Lindas is like this like really awesome punk rock group. They're about 15 years old. They all came out of LA. And what happens was one of the members, the bassist, her dad, Martin Wong, co-founder of Giant Robot, he saw that the elementary school of his child had basically a funding cut of their music program. And he took it upon himself to organize a series of fundraisers. And he was like, back in the 80s and actually late 70s, Chinatown was a hub for punk rock. And he was like, why don't I try to rekindle that by bringing back all these punk rockers that I listen to? He's a Gen Xer. And I bring back these guys and then try to like get people to come out and see them so they can like basically like contribute donations to fund the school program at the local elementary school. So like Chinatown has been a place where like people can't really like live there because of gentrification, and then like a lot of the workspaces have gotten more expensive. So like college kids from like art school, like Cal Arts, have been doing programming there, but like not anything to relate to the local economy. So what Martin wanted was really phenomenal. So he brought in bands like, I think on the bill that my band was on, Chuck Dukowski was there from a Black Flag, and his family band with his wife and son were there playing. And then like all these kids, like elementary school kids, are running around listening to these punk rockers playing music. And the Linda Lindas literally grew out of that scene, listening to this music. I thought that was a cool way to sort of like bring together sort of like different memories of a musical genre, a music scene, but in ways that directly benefit a local community.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you a question that we didn't touch base on at all in advance, but what do you think? Why does it matter? Why should all of us care about public policy, and what can we do to be influencing that public policy?
Because it's about us. It's supposed to be for us. I realized that when I joined council. In fact, when I joined 5 years ago, I didn't even know that I sat in the policy office. The role was called Social Innovation Specialist Advisor for Pacificness. That was my actual title. Does anybody know what that means? Exactly. I never did in 2 years, 3 years actually. Once I got in there and understood that I sat in this policy office, because I obviously walked around and asked everybody, what do you do? What do you do? They explained. I was like, oh, right. So this is how it works. Then we have this Auckland plan, a plan for the whole city that everybody looks to and plans everything from all our council-controlled organizations. And once I got in there, I realized these are all the people that can make our city better, but in partnership with the people. How about that? And so that's what I do. And wherever I can, I will educate people around, not like a preacher, but I say, if you just fill out that little piece of paper that actually turns up in your letterbox and it says, what would you like in your area? It actually goes to somebody and they read it because I've seen them. You know what I mean? And I know how those decisions are made now. Prior to that, I used to throw that piece of paper in the mailbox away too, because I was like, what was it for? Use it to light a fire. You got a fireplace over here, by the way. Once I realized that it was just, it's actually very simple. Local government is a civil servant. Local government, central government, for me, and my understanding is that they are there to serve the people. And if they're not doing that, they're not doing it very well. And if they're just serving one section of society, that's not really well either. And if there are people suffering in our city, we know we can eradicate poverty. We know we can, but we don't. It's about policy because that's the system. That's what drives that system. So you have to get in there and, people have asked me, why do you work? Then I said, because I can't do all of this strictly as a rapper and as a singer. I can't do all of this. I have to allow my creativity within this beast and not try to poke anybody in the eye with my pen while I'm talking to them, and understand this system so that I can break it. And on the other side, I create music that heals. That's just what I do. And I'm not being fake or putting on a facade for any of it. I'm just being me. And so I'm told that I shouldn't really use the word manipulate when I'm trying to influence people to do what I want them to do. But I think we decided on motivate. Try and motivate people to think a little bit differently and behave a little bit differently, and actually see that if you don't finish doing this one job, you actually affect the life of somebody out there that you don't know, but it has an effect on someone else, another human being. And so all my work is human-centric. There's no doubt without, because that's how I would be naturally anyway. So that's the term that they use, then human-centric it is. Yeah.
So it's so hard to follow. There's a hip hop producer by the name of Alchemist who has a quote that I have tried to live by for many years. He said that by choosing to participate in the selling of music, we have to admit that we're doing something unnatural. That music was not created necessarily to become a consumable product, and the science of figuring out how to sell music then to mass amounts of people is just absolutely unnatural. And as an artist, I live by that because I know that every day I am participating in an industry that's choosing to try to manifest the unnatural. And in return, the same industry is telling me on a daily basis that my contributions to their already unnatural disposition are not good enough. Take it back and sound like this guy. Take it back and remix it. Take it back, take it back, take it back, take it back. I've been signed twice to different labels, to two major deals. And each time it did not work for me because I had to cultivate my fan base so independently that by the time that the majors did come with their agenda, the agenda didn't match the agenda that I had built for many years for me and my fan base. So it just would be like watching a television show, and then all of a sudden now you turn that. No, there's no explanation for why there's a new set of characters. Like it's it's like same script. Everybody's acting like everything's normal, but they're like and I'm trying to convince my fans like it's all good, and I'm looking like a freaking fool. So I learned very quickly that the politics of things dictates a lot of what my eventual outcome could be as an artist and what I could accomplish for my community as an artist. And I wish that we instilled this in artists on an institutional level, but also I understand that that's not everybody's calling. Everybody isn't meant to be a rabble rouser. At the end of the day, we are Americans, and a lot of us like to have shame about that. But the sins of one are the sins of all. And this is a country where we do tell people that it's okay to just get to the money. You are the person that is getting to the money, you make the most sense. And in most cases, that's just the basic logic. So as an artist, I have had to find ways to stand up infrastructure in a city that has no industry infrastructure. The only rapper to ever make it out of St. Louis is Nelly. He blew up and sold 20 million gazillion records. But what people don't know is he came from a very, 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 very strong local infrastructure where the same teachers he had, I had. He just got on an airplane and went to LA before the rest of us did. But he comes from the same community that we had, people telling people, that's not how you hold a mic. If you're going to be performing, you need a DJ. We had to assume that we were the Ice Cubes, the Scarfaces, the Tupacs, the Little Kims of the community, because nobody was coming to Missouri to pick us up. There's no Def Jam in the backyard. So you have to have realistic goals. And I think that policy influences realistic goals in ways that if there is no policy to influence your goals, you think there's 100,000 songs a day that are uploaded to these digital streamers. You think you have some magic bullet that you can just upload that's going to shoot you to the top of the charts from your parents' basement. There are politics involved that really influence all of these things. And we have to start educating people about that.
Yeah.
I think so. This is. I started getting into gardening in the pandemic, and I really got into composting, and and then I'm just learning so much about like decaying, and how decay is part of the new rebirth for something else. So and what I'm going at is that I think if we think about music as a sort of this like ecosystem, it's like there's sort of liveness to it, and that there's some things that come into the foreground and other things that recede into the background, and that it's not just that one thing all the time, so like that competitive logic of capitalism, that maybe we can find a way to like coexist. And the industry isn't really into that because they want to just like find out one thing and really milk it and actually turn it into something that sells a lot. That's not a really ecological way of thinking. And so I've just been thinking about like, how do we rethink, right? Like, how do we exist and rethink so that we're all living organisms together, and that there's a plurality, and that there's a life cycle, like different generations of people, different generations of artists, and how do we exist intergenerationally, right? Like getting into the ideas about like teachings and ancestors, right? So I feel like policy at its finest actually can produce an environment for this liveliness to exist. It shouldn't get in the way. And I also think that policy can do harm reduction, which means that, it could do the things to regulate the things that get in the way of this liveliness. Like, like things that, really lock us into a pattern. So then we're having to productize all the time. We're having to use social media. We're having to like drive, distribution in a certain way. I think policy can actually like put a dampener on some of that.
Well, it's like you keep on saying, right? The competitive capitalistic logic that we're up against all the time. The system says that we have to keep on selling, keep on selling, keep on selling. And so if you remove yourself, because the music's not going to happen without the musician. I don't understand why musicians are not at the center of what we, when we talk about, we saw a diagram that was up there at the beginning of the day. I have issues with the stuff that were in the blue bubble, the things that were in the blue bubble, which talked about labels and commercialization, commodification, and marketing and all that sort of stuff being part of the ecosystem. Yeah, it is, but does it have to be? You know what I mean? Like, let's think really differently about what we do. Say something, Umi. Go on, say it.
Working on it. I'll say it.
But yeah, if we switch up, the language, and Kate Woolworth is an economist, and she has a framework called Donut Economics, which I think cities like Amsterdam have already implemented, like for the last couple of years through the pandemic. And it's looking at how economic development, and I don't actually use that word at all in my strategy, I call it economic transformation, is that we should not be going outside of our natural resources. Now, if you stuck a musician in this donut economic framework, it'd be interesting to see what is actually necessary within their ecosystem, and for them to thrive the way that they want to thrive, not the way that they're told that they need to thrive. And for our babies that are coming through, I mean, I can't even deal with what our babies are dealing with, that they're coming through music and living their life off social media, and their values are being set up by these people who are calling themselves musicians, who probably are in some way, but they're showing this lifestyle, which is not something I've ever experienced in the 35 years that I've been a musician, ever, and I've had major record deals, and I've had the label guy driving me around and going to the forums and the Sonys and all of that. I've had all of that. And you know what? I didn't like it. And I was in my 20s, and I'd had my first child and bought my first house at 20. And so my grounding, even though I left home at 14, my grounding was my family. When I got into the industry, and the deeper I got into it, the more I realized I really don't like it. But I love making music. And so I knew that I had to step back, and then I put my husband forward, who's a rapper, and he was rapping before we got together, and I just put all my energy into what he wanted to do, because I still have love for music. It doesn't stop, and I know there's that beast out there, but we've been running independently for the last 20 years or so now, just doing whatever we want to do. And it was really, it took off from the fact that he received a letter from his record label after a major label he was with for 10 years. And when the contract was up, they just sent him a letter. Didn't call him, nothing. They just sent him a letter, said, see ya.
Yeah,
But
that's normal.
here's the thing though, we're still having to pay back money apparently that he was given, which they never showed us a record of. So by the time I stepped in, it was too late. They said, oh, we had to move office and we lost all the records. This is their excuse. And we're talking about 6 figures. So we're still paying this off now. You know what I mean? So that's why he will never sign with a major label again. And that's why we do things independently, and we don't care about schedules. We don't care about having to do things at a certain time. We're just doing what we need to do. When we work in many areas simultaneously while we make music and release music and share music, it's just part and parcel of what we do. And that's our ecosystem. Yeah. Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, I think sometimes, at least in my mind, I think of places like New Zealand as being potentially more enlightened than we are here in America. And yeah, to know you have those struggles, Tara, God, yeah. All right, so, is it artists' responsibility to hold their political leaders accountable? And if so, how can they do that? Or how can we all support them in doing that?
I mean, I feel like, that's an appropriate question for me. but I mean, that's a loaded question, honestly, because me a few years ago, I probably would have said, yes, a younger, more mature version of me. I have a less nuanced answer for that. I would say absolutely. A more nuanced, human, in tune with myself version of me, I don't think it's their obligation. We're placing the obligation of the society on people who just so happen to be talented at a thing. And what we're discovering is that hasn't always gone in our favor. So what I believe is that I think we as humans have a deeper obligation in this time than we've typically had, period. And I think some of us are leaning into that obligation. I think some of us are going through an awakening about what those obligations might look like for us personally. I think it's we're in the phase of the movie where it's time to pick a side. the Thanos snap has occurred, and look around, this is who's left. So this is who you're gonna have to figure it out with. And I think that that's where we're at. I think whether you're an artist, my parents aren't artists at all. They can't relate to my lifestyle. They're middle class, not even middle class at this point, because what is the middle class? But they are Missourian Black folks that live in St. Louis, been a couple places, but not really anywhere besides past the Mississippi River. Even they, in terms of just being everyday citizens who are paying taxes, who are having an influence on the social zeitgeist, they're not artists, but they have an obligation. And I think where the obligation of art does come into play is that art has always been a social vanguard in pushing the conversation of humanity forward. And if the art of the time isn't taking on that obligation, then we have to start to interrogate the utility of the art. Because the point of art is progress, social progress, not social backtracking. You know what I'm saying? And when you really think about the turn of the 20th century, the highest paid entertainers in Black America were people who did minstrel shows. And when you look at turn of the century currently, I would suggest that a lot of these people are reinventing the minstrel show. And as sometimes I question the psyche of white America as it processes and digests certain things. And I say, I pray for the dignity of my white brothers and sisters as well, because I'm saying you're consuming things that America has told you are cool for you to consume, that have dehumanized other people's experiences. And now we're at a point where we have the intellectual fortitude to look at something and say, you know, that was a cool Saturday Night Live performance, but what was really dignified about that? And it's just time for us all to understand that social standards need to raise, point blank, period.
Yeah, but yep, that was a very excellent answer. So I got nothing to add to that. I would have been the same as well, though. I would have been saying, jump on board. One of the things that I've done is I've developed, I didn't really talk about this in my intro because it would be here all day. I've got a research and development project with central government, and it's about what would an artist-led collective of musicians working towards systems transformation, what would that look like? So central government are paying me to do this. And when I finished the project, I said to them, would you like to use my templates and frameworks that I developed from this and how I did the project and how I engaged with the community? And they said, that would be great, because this is a partnership. This is what they said to me. This is a partnership. This is central government. And I was like, yes, it is. And so that's why I'm doing it. The fact that they've opened their minds enough to think that, you know what we're doing isn't that great. We could do things much better. They've let an artist like me come along, apply for funding for a project where I'm actually going to pay artists. The idea is to pay artists. So this money is going back to artists for the data that they exchange. And I'm looking at a way for a passive income to come out of this project for these artists after the project. So it's continuous and self-sustainable. You know, so it's just think about things differently. Just think about things differently. And when I've got these artists, which is the real trick behind it all, what do you think I'm going to talk to them about? Local government, what are you doing? That little thing in your mailbox. I'm gonna go there with all of them, because if I have that opportunity, I will. It won't be blasted at them, but I'll do it in the most human way possible, so they know that what they say, what they do has this type of effect. And sometimes you just need to be told that, you know what I mean? So yeah, sorry, I wasn't adding to your answer because your answer was excellent, but yeah. But yeah, that's how I look at it too.
So where are the opportunities for us right now? What are the things that we, the people in this room, the people we are connected to, can do to to move things forward? Where are the opportunities that we're not acting on, or the ones that need more oomph behind them? I mean, that's a loaded question. I know, but
I feel education. Education for me is one that I've acquired through lived experiences. And I think we have to stop discounting the lived experiences of others. We have to really start to dig deep and realize that we are all having human experiences. And the perception of one said experience is based upon really the card that you were blessed or lucky enough to draw in the societal biological gamble. And a lot of times we don't want to deal with the realities of this American project that was started many eons before a lot of us were even born, right? And we're now the people who have inherited it. And it's our turn to make a lot of decisions about whether it's cool or whether it just keeps on going as it goes. And then another generation of folks later look at it and go, well, damn, they kind of pump fake like they gave a damn about changing the world, but you know, they really didn't give that much of a damn. You know, they gave a half a damn, you know what I'm saying? But you know, we have a chance to give a full damn. The clock is ticking, you know, and the story is being told. And I'm implicating myself in that because a lot of times, even people on the panels, we come up here and we give I want to look good 10 years from now when my nieces and nephews see that I was at Georgetown up here. But I also want to say something real that when they look back, they say, hey, at least Unc tried to address the speeding bullet before it hit the target. And I feel that we have an opportunity. We are the generation of opportunity, even though we are the generation of problems. And I think we just got to address the opportunity more than we're starting to address the problems. I mean, imagine if we all gathered, instead of to discuss these things, we all gathered right now to actually organize against a specific thing that we knew was, you know, affecting a specific outcome. And when we left out of here, we had actual deliverables and action steps that each of us, it wasn't a reach, it's something practical for your life that assists the mission of what we're all actually believing that we're trying to accomplish. That's how they did it in the 60s. They moved this society from the cage, from the Stone Age, at least to halfway. Okay, we can at least sit in the same damn room and have human conversation now. So that's what it's going to take, in my opinion. It's going to take that level of commitment and folks who have to decide if they want to be those people who are committed on that level or not. And I think I reroute back to education. I don't want to talk too much more long because I've been given the spilling. But one thing I think is important, especially in hip hop, what you're seeing, people say, well, all these rappers are popping up dead. But to me, people aren't analyzing why these rappers are actually popping up dead. There's a miseducation on the record industry. We're given, in many cases, you're seeing independent artists who can't walk around with $3 million worth of security pop up dead. They use the internet to become famous. They're actually at war with the corporation. They won't sign the Def Jam. I got $5 million on my own, manipulating the system, doing local shows and touring my region and selling my merch. Why do I need to sign the Def Jam? This is more money than I'll ever have. You are now in direct competition with the corporation. The gravity of that corporation is coming down on these people. And we're having conversations about gangs and this and that when we're not even realizing that the actual polarities between an independent artist who said, I won't sign, and an artist that did sign. Now, this label was secretly owned by Bacardi, Interscope, secretly owned by General Electric. These are people who own private prisons, make nuclear bombs and microwaves. Some kid out of Memphis who got lucky with a SoundCloud hit is now at war with General Electric. That's why they're dying.
You have to stay woke. You have to stay woke. Like what you're saying, I'll just follow you around. You're stuck with me now. But, you know, that's what our babies are going to be going through. And yes, absolutely, education is key. I threw a spanner on the works recently in a strategy that I wasn't leading, and they had education. I said, actually, can we replace education with knowledge? because the lived experience is just as important as your so-called education that you talk about all the time, which they were speaking obviously of formal education. And that's part of the problem that we discovered in the Pacific People's Workforce Challenge. The reason why people weren't able to progress, even if they had a degree and one was Pacific and one was non-Pacific, the non-Pacific person would progress much faster than the Pacific person. You know what I mean? It's because they have a knowledge base that says to them that they must respect the people that don't look like them because they are visitors to this country. I'm Pacific myself. And so once you've got this knowledge, this degree, and you're walking out there, but you've got these other cultural things around you that are telling you that you shouldn't put yourself out there because that is something to be shameful of. Because we also have the Bible and religion that came through with colonialism once it arrived to our Pacific Islands. So all that type of thinking is entrenched in the way that we behave. Even if I consider ourselves much more freer than many other people around the world. But it's what you do with your freedom, and what that freedom actually affords you is privilege, and what you do with that privilege is what is important. So I said at the beginning, I was privileged with the opportunity to write the Creative Economy Strategy because it was a privilege to be able to do that. The fact that I sit in my job is a privilege. I was a 14-year-old kid who left home with a rap group and moved to a completely different city and started traveling the world at 15. So my education was on the road. So that's my knowledge base, so it's important that it's acknowledged as well. That comes from many sources, many sources.
Thank you, Taramona.
Real quick, I just been thinking a lot about Adrienne Marie Brown. Pay attention to grow the things that you think will grow, and to really shift our minds. I think social media technologies out there really have a way of fragmenting our attention, and doing so to kind of draw our attention away from things that really matter, the values that we believe in. And I think, pay attention to the things that are around us that we want to grow. And yeah.
We're getting down to some of the last minutes of this panel. Is there anything else the three of you want to share before we open it up for questions? We could be here all day.
Oh, yeah, I know. Does anyone have any questions about the essay that I wrote, if you've read it? Because it took me a while to understand what I wrote. So if you have any questions, we can have a discussion about it and you can tell me what it's about. I write from here. I create from here. And so while I edited and there were drafts, even when I was writing, I didn't quite understand what it meant, but I knew that it was right. And so that's why I sent it. But I don't know what it means, and I don't know what it means to other people, but I know that it is right. I put myself on that paper, and I put my experience at that time. And what it was about was translation. I see myself as a translator, and so did the other people on the panel that I was on, that I was speaking about. And it was about words, and I hate that word, because we don't have words where I come from. And so if you look at words, language, as a means of communicating and a way of feeling, it switches it around. And the context matters, of course, but it will switch that definition around to mean much more than that, because sticks and stones may break my bones, words do actually hurt as well. So it's such a dumb nursery rhyme, and I never taught my children that because words are very important, and even how I would speak to them was important. So I call all my children beautiful. My nieces and nephews, I call them beautiful. That's, hey, beautiful, what's up? That's what I call them. You know what I mean? Because I see my babies, then my nieces and nephews, they need to be told that they are beautiful, not in oh, your makeup looks great. No, you come from the same woman that I come from, my mama. She was your grandmother. Yeah, okay, great. You're beautiful. Simple language. Yeah.
Shall we open it up for questions? Yeah. Questions, anyone? Yes, Graham.
Are there in your experiences or in your opinions, things that sometimes people try to get government and bureaucracies and stuff to do that really isn't their place to do those things?
I feel as if a lot of us in the United States rely on government to determine what our personal moral line is a lot of times around different political issues. And I think it's important for us to understand that we have an autonomy away from the government. And I think that a lot of times as citizens of the United States, it's very important because you go places internationally to visit and we don't realize that we're walking into these countries on these lands is representing the drastic political implications of things that may have happened there before we even showed up. Prime example, I was a cultural ambassador to the country of Jordan in 2019. We were sent by the State Department and the University of North Carolina as a part of a program that would educate youth about hip hop. And we're going into the heart of the Middle East. And there are some very unsavory political things happening. And the US government wasn't always the most favorable folks in that part of in that part of the world. It still isn't, if you see what's going on in the news. And I had to find a way to relate to that community in a way where I was a human who, even though I worked for the government, I was a human coming to these people, learning about their culture, becoming a community member, and understanding even the tensions that were directed at me as a Black American that I may not have fully understood. And that was a new thing because, to be honest, I feel as if a lot of Black Americans who have traveled internationally, we had this back token in our head that we don't really got to worry about the same stuff white folks worry about, the same judgments that white folks worry about when they get here. And in a world where you have now had a Black president who was also an imperialist, unfortunately, you do have to worry about that. You represent the same military that your white brothers and sisters represent. And I had to untangle a lot of that with different people who had lost everything at the hands of the American military while I was working there. And that was a very surreal experience. But so I think that a lot of times we as citizens cannot allow government to determine what our moral line is and what the moral consequences. We now see that with reproductive rights. It's actually immoral. There's no gray area about it. The fact that people are not out in the streets every day until they reverse this is insane to me. But I live in a country where I guess that's okay.
Thanks for a beautiful conversation. One thing that you all really converge on is this notion that there's this original sin in the commodification of the musical spirit of our species and in the musical laborers who work within this industry. So I guess my question is, if you can't dismantle the master's house with the master's tools, is there a way for musical laborers to benefit from their work economically without feeding back into the same system of exploitation that's been degrading them for so long?
My answer for almost everything is the competitive capitalistic logic that is the entire world pretty much operates on. There's few exceptions. I mean, once I understood that that's the way that the world worked and that's the system, because I've been talking about the system since I was a rapper in 1987. Once I became a civil servant and was sitting in the space, I was like, yo, this is dumb. Why do we keep repeating this over and over again? And so my work, I'm looking at a way, for instance, I say economic transformation instead of economic development, because we need to think about how we transform the economy, which is everybody. And so the ecosystem map that we saw before, which talked about all the different bits and pieces that were part of our ecosystem, they were set up underneath this competitive capitalistic logic. And it serves some people, but for the musician, and we heard it clearly from Santi today, it ain't serving her. So we have to really think differently about what we're doing and how we do things. I mean, even for our venues, while we're sitting here, I was thinking, I know venues are hard and it's all of that. So maybe is it from festival to festival that people are touring? Will that make our artists safer as opposed to playing in these little dive bars, which dive bars are important, I know. But you know, when you're talking about a big tour, what are the things that would would keep the artist safe at the end of the day, as opposed to going on this 20-date tour that separates you from your family and gives you mental anxiety and physical anxiety because you're away from your family. The system tells you that that's the way that it's supposed to be. I'm not saying that our laborers in those spaces are not important. Of course they are. They're absolutely important in those spaces. But that's the system also. They're also part of that system that that perpetuates the same thing, that's obligation to the artist to have to keep on paying. It's money that it's been exchanged. It's not love. It's a job. So as much love that, and I've done all production jobs. I run my own studio. I'm an engineer myself. So I understand all of that. But I have, if you look at my bio, not the one that I gave them, because it would be the whole package would have been my bio. But if you go online and have a look at my bio, I've done many, many things. My first job, I worked as in a construction website, construction site, you know, like a physical one. And I was 14, but I lied and said I was 16. And then they asked me to be a supervisor after I worked there for 6 months. You know, I was working with fully grown men. Most of them were in gangs. And they thought I was a guy because I was a tomboy, you know. And so I think about those different things that I've done throughout my life. And that's what actually makes me the versatile, I guess, if you want to put it on it, because I don't have a label for what I do. I just do. To do all the things that I needed to do for my music, to get my music there. And so I don't think it's my responsibility to have to carry other people in my that have been required in previous times to do things. If I'm looking at shifting the system in a different direction that serves me better, it shouldn't sit on my shoulders. That's up to every individual that participates in the system that is actually designed to keep a majority of us down. That's how I feel about it. But don't get me wrong, I love production people. they're the you know, the people that run the logistics and everything. I'm also a production manager, so I love all of the work that's done in that space, and it's necessary. But it's gonna, if the system changes, the model's gonna have to change, and the pieces in the model are gonna have to change as well.
Just quick thought exercise. What if, I mean, the industry is a machine, right? What if we start to deprofessionalize that, not really go through all those things? I've got a 1-minute warning here. Thought experiment continues. So what if, you know, what if we start to see ourselves more like humans, like, you know, Santi was saying, like a mother, right? And then we have children, we have, you know, ancestors, right? And to really put our investments in those places. And what if we distribute the burden onto not just the industry and the consumers, all those people within the industry? What about outside of it, like the developers, right? Like in the city development project, right? They're displacing the drum circle. What if they have to take a responsibility in supporting some infrastructural places for them to thrive too? What if the planning process itself includes cultural asset work that actually gets the commercial industries outside of music to take responsibilities for the overall kind of vitality of culture and community?
And we're signing off right there.
Thank you for a great session. We have a 15-minute break, and we're back at 3:30. So 15-minute break, everybody. Thanks again, guys. Damn.
Hi everyone. I know that it's cold and I know our day is long, but we have two amazing sessions coming up. So jump outside, walk around, jump inside. We have issues on climate, and then we'll wrap up with the reimagine. Back on skate.
You know what I mean? So it's like, so I no, I was like, so but I work for I do, and that's what I'm really passionate about that. Yeah. You know what I mean? And then, you know, we want to have access to it. So this is.
Students are all.
And he was actually given a lot of what we can talk about. It was let's just go over here. Okay. And I'm happy to take that. Yeah, if you're comfortable with that, that would be good. It'd be easier to hear you. Right. All right. And so I'm just gonna just look into the camera. I'm gonna ask you your name, what you do in the industry, and then how are you finding the conference and what you've maybe learned from it. Okay, great. Is that cool? Yeah, sure. Conversation really so hearing how much inspirations been great developments, especially in trying to marshal public schools. It's always been to my mind, these efforts are not nearly as visible. I'm now realizing as I'm listening to all the there's a lot more going on. I realized how the magnitude of something like this stage are changes. Yeah, but then also the work that's into it and the way in which like music venues it's inspiring. It gives me a lot of ideas for things that I want to take back to my ideas, but bring back into my I'm gonna recommend your books to my son, who's a working musician in New Orleans, just learning how to tour. Went to music school and stuff, but he just learned it's a little, it's empowering, but a little bleak today. What we've been hearing, like other musicians and stuff. So I feel sick, especially. I agree with everything you're saying, but it just it makes it tough, you know.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, it's so much.
Yeah,
You know, on some level, you know, really messed up way. It's kind of like where the grass.
Yeah.
You basically are like choosing poverty.
Yeah.
You know, in order to pursue something that you want to be assigned to.
Yeah. I mean, I went to school for photography, but then started working and dropped out before I got a degree, and I've been doing it for 35 years now. So it worked out for me, and I feel the same way for my kids. I was never a parent that says, get a degree and get a job. Like if you want to be a musician, be a musician. He's doing pretty well. I mean, you know, he's living in playing music in New Orleans and not asking for money. So I figure that's a success so far.
I mean, a musician who can be self-supporting. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, we'll see as he grows and, you know, wants to do more than live in a big group house or whatever. We'll see how it goes. But for right now, you know, I try to support him.
Right. I mean, I think so often when you've got a kid, somebody who's going to do that, you just often, you know,
No, I mean, I don't think about it that way. I mean, I brought him a drum kit in this guy because he can actually dance and tap his foot to the beat, which a 5-year-old usually doesn't. They just jump around. He would sit on the toilet and hit the bathtub and then got been out rhythms. You know, so he's been playing since he was like, I don't think he's gonna pick it up. It may become a hobby and he might do like music therapy. That's interesting. I don't know.
yeah. I mean, I feel like that's what most artists and musicians I know do.
Yeah, teach. I mean, most of my friends that we've been successful friends are friends with all people. And, you know, some of them, like Ian, who wants to label and stuff, he's well off. But like Joe teaches bass lessons, you know. That's you know, Brendan does music for films and videos. So, you know, you gotta make it work. And even in a band like that, they're successful and toured the world. So, I don't know, hundreds of thousands.
One of my most sticks in my memory. Bass player, and Billy Cox was like working in the farm.
Yeah. You hear those stories all the time. They're heartbreaking, but you know,
I mean, he didn't, you know, he didn't seem desperate.
yeah.
You know, but it was just like, how
But
the
if
fuck
he
is
does
this guy who was like working for him? Yeah, working for him. Biggest and most successful musician.
Yeah, that's just how, it's just what you're talking about today, is how we don't value the art, you know? And, yeah, it's like, nuts. And, you know, you hear those stories. Just listen to the podcast about CCR, and how, like, you know, a lot of people back in the 60s didn't have the publishing. That's really getting sued for writing a song that sounds like a song he wrote. It's crazy. But I actually did was a shooter on Solid Sound.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, a few years back. We had a movie called Every Other Summer. So yeah, I've been up there. I'll probably be up there again. You know, shooting. Just going for the car.
Okay, we're going to get things started again. If you come up and take your seat, or any seat. Okay, so we're moving on to our next. There are two panels in between us and cocktails. So we're grateful for partnering with the Earth Commons, especially working with Pete Mara and Justine Bowe, who were very responsive to participating and collaborating on this and kicking in some money to help support this. So it's great. Pete has a background. He's an amateur mandolin player, and also he studies bird calls too. So bringing those two things together, I said, that's exactly what we're starting to publish on, is playing mandolin to birds. But really thinking about in ethnomusicology, we've been expanding beyond music, and a lot of people like Mike Silvers here have been not only thinking about sound as something that we ought to consider beyond just music, that sometimes we're privileging music when sound matters as well. But then also thinking about decentering humans from this. And maybe we ought to think from another perspective rather than just the human perspective, the musical perspective. So the partnership's great. And I want to introduce people just briefly as I can, and then we'll let Megan take it from here. But we have a great combination of people. Megan Chappell is the Vice President of Sustainability here at Georgetown. We've made a commitment towards addressing these issues here, so we're grateful to have her leading the discussion. And so with Treefort and festivals and ethnomusicology and academia, we have no idea what's going to happen, but that's been the way we've been operating. So, Megan, I'll let you take it. Thank you for doing this, and thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Good evening, almost evening, everyone. It's nice to see you. I'm pleased to be here, and thank you for staying warm and alert in this chilly room. It's a good way to keep people awake, I guess. We're also, reducing our emissions by using our body heat to stay warm. And that means I give permission to anyone who wants to stand up and do jumping jacks just to get your blood flowing, or a little dance or something if you need to. So my name's Megan Chappell. I've been here at Georgetown for just a year, and we have relaunched the sustainability efforts at the university. And we are looking forward to more and more conversations like this and building on a legacy of these conversations over the last few decades. I'm here on behalf of the Office of Sustainability and also as an affiliate of the Earth Commons Institute, which, as was mentioned by Ben, is an interdisciplinary institute that brings together all sorts of science and arts and policy to help researchers collaborate, help students learn from a different perspective that's interdisciplinary, and to put thought into action. So the Office of Sustainability, which I lead, is really about the institutional practices of sustainability. And Pete and I have been very close collaborators since I've been here over the last year. But what I'd love to do is just give you a quick overview, and then I'll turn to each panelist to introduce themselves and answer the first question. So today we're going to talk about this concept of ecosystems and climate change and the planet, all with this concept of sustainability. And by sustainability, what I'm talking about there is creating a right relationship between ourselves and the planet that we call home, and a right relationship between one another as we engage with the planet. Keeping all of those things healthy and thriving is our goal in sustainability. That's a very high level concept, but we'll talk about how that plays out in practicality as well. And just to couch this conversation, I know folks are aware of the issues around climate change and sustainability, but we are facing unprecedented speed of destruction of our ecological systems and our atmosphere. And this is primarily due to consumption and by means of combustion of fossil fuels. So we all in this room are responsible for that, and many others as well. And it's important for us to think about the socioeconomic aspect of this. We know that the top 1% in terms of economic strata, the top 1% contribute twice as many emissions as the lower 50% economically in the world. So that tells me that the wealthy, the elite, the privileged are the ones causing the problem. And from experience and from observation and from research, we know that those who are bearing the burden of that problem are coming from lower economic means or from minoritized communities. And so it is an important responsibility for us to think about, again, how we relate to the planet and how we relate to one another. So my approach to this work has been as a change agent. I've worked in community development on the South Side of Chicago for a long time. I worked in the nonprofit sector here in DC in a think tank. I've worked in the corporate sector and now in higher education. And my role has always been as a change agent. And I think about what is the broader system that I'm a part of, and what are the levers for change within that system. And so I invite all of you today to consider yourselves change agents for this important issue. And how can you use the system that you're within to make change? And how do you look at that system for points of leverage and for points of influence and for points of collaboration and thinking differently? And that's what we're here to talk about today. So let me turn it over to our esteemed panelists. I'm going to start with a question that's really what motivates you to take into consideration the state of the planet and how we relate to one another personally. And then we can talk about how that plays out in your work. But if you wouldn't mind each starting with, and Mike, we'll start with you, with your background and an introduction, and then we can flow into that answer to that question.
Sure. My name is Mike Silvers. Mike Silvers. I am an associate professor of musicology at the University of Illinois. I was Ben's, we went to grad school together, UCLA, and my work deals with music and the environment in Brazil. I've been doing this research for, in some sense, about 20 years now, thinking about relationships between music and the environment. And sort of to answer the question about sort of where my own commitment to that issue lies, it's a few things. So I got into this topic actually because when I was starting my dissertation research, I knew I wanted to study a kind of music in northeastern Brazil called forró. And the literature on this kind of music is almost all about sort of rurality and sort of the creation of a rural fantasy through this music and nostalgia. And I wasn't super interested in that question. So then, I mean, I'm interested in it, but I felt like there was something else there. And I was listening to the lyrics and thinking, you know, the fact of the matter is, over half of these songs mention rain or drought in the lyrics. I wonder if there's a connection between this kind of music making and the climate of the place that extends beyond the song lyrics. Are there other kinds of ways that drought has affected music culture in some broader way? So that's how I came to sort of my research question. I would also say that I'm really interested in animal rights. I live with 7 rabbits and a parrot. They're sort of my whole world. I'm a vegetarian. So I sort of my environmentalism has a lot to do with animals. Yeah. So.
Those that you don't know me, my name is Eric Gilbert. I live in Boise, Idaho, which is I like to remind people it's the most isolated area in the lower 48 states, isolated metropolitan area in the lower 48 states, and might jump ahead slightly and just like growing up in the natural world, I think is a big reason why I care. You know, I live in I went to the mountains a lot, and you know, so I guess growing up with clean rivers and I don't take that stuff for granted. The largest wilderness area in the lower 48 states is in the state of Idaho too. So I feel grateful to have been able to grow around in that environment while also then becoming a big music fan and wanting to be involved in the music industry. And so I come out of the DIY touring world and believe me, driving around a van, that was mostly between 2007, 2011, 12. We were very aware of the conflict of how we were going about, you know, wanting to spread our art and take part in a music industry, that there's natural conflict with where the climate was heading, even, you know, well before that. But also recognize that music's important. So how do we kind of like reconcile with that? So I helped start a festival in Boise called Treefort Music Fest. It's a multi-day, multi-disciplined, and multi-venue festival. So it's now just completed its 10th year. It's this last year in March. It's over 5 days. There was probably over 1,000 individual events that happened throughout that, and that's a series of talks and family programming, over 500 bands, and go into that in more detail. But we were also the first music festival to be B Corp certified, which I don't know how much you know about that world. And like all those things, it's imperfect, but being a certified B Corp, because we're a for-profit, it puts a lot of emphasis on your social and environmental impact. And so we measure ourselves against those goals, and it's a transparent process. So we've been close to or carbon neutral, and I think we had to buy carbon credits to be carbon neutral at one point, but we've eliminated single-use plastics to the best of our ability, and we've used solar power batteries in a lot of cases. Once again, I acknowledge it's fully imperfect as I'm here amongst the professionals, but it's at least trying to lead by example. And it's cool how that has rippled into our community of others now, and I can kind of go into the details about some of those programs. But did I answer the question too?
Yeah, that's a great start. Thank you. And just to be clear, like a lot of how we look at this process for change is it's a process. And there are not always right answers, but there are definitely ideas that can be acted upon and learned from. And we also look at this as a journey. A lot of institutions or industries or movements take a step on that journey. In light of that, I would like to ask both of you if you could reflect on how you see this industry or even this genre of art as having a potential impact on the system, both from the content that is created to the process of creating that content to the experience that people have when they're a part of it. How do you see music really having an impact on our relationship with the planet and one another?
Sure. So I'm curious to hear more about, because it sounds like you would really experiment with sound and stuff, which I do think the music and the art itself can speak a lot to, you know, an aspirational world, right? And so, but we look at it as organizers too, as of a festival. Like we always say that our festival, so it was more of a scene building exercise to begin with, and for us, it was amplifying the community that was there to be celebrated, but also being aspirational about what our community could look like. And that goes through a lot of different lenses, but one of the ways to fit in this conversation is being community leaders, because we kind of erect a temporary city within a city. And so we have the opportunity to just display what we think is possible for others in the community to do. And we do have a great city that's got great climate goals of their own and making their own efforts, and they're good partners in that. But once again, it's been fun. It's been great to watch other events now. So one of the examples is we have instituted a Steel Cup program where people have to buy a steel cup or rent one from us, as opposed to having plastic cups for when they use like for beer or other beverages. And it's cool now. There's like, and there's been talk about a community resource of steel cups, so we don't keep buying steel cups, because that has its own implications, but how many other events are now implementing that? And how many other events allow people to just bring whatever cup that they can bring now, where for a long time, stacks of plastic cups were in the like dumpsters. So that's one example. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's great. And I'm assuming folks have learned from that. Do you know like what you've learned from, like you said, one of the things that sounds like you've learned is now how do we deal with not having too many steel cups, but what are some of the other things that you've learned from that process?
Well, for one, it was a process, and we eased the public into it. It was a couple of years of like, but now it's required. So the first couple of years, it was an optional program. But I think just calling awareness to that waste, and we have a really great sustainability director that focuses on that in our composting program and some other things, and he would have the numbers. I unfortunately didn't bring the numbers, but he likes to keep track of how many steel or how many plastic cups we didn't use, and so I think we do like to get that out into the community. You know,
well, it's important note that you eased the community into it, so change is not always comfortable for folks, especially when we think we're present to be doing one thing, but our other actions have impacts that we're not thinking about, those ancillary impacts or unintended consequences, as we call them. So that's a really useful lesson to think about. How about you, Mike?
So I think all of my research sort of thus far has been about expanding the idea of a music ecosystem, sort of what gets included, who gets left out, what gets left out of our notion of ecosystems. So for example, in my book, Voices of Drought, I have a chapter where I write about the history of the recording industry and the importance of a kind of wax that forms on a Brazilian tree that was then used in the early recording industry for wax cylinders and then for wax masters for records. The wax develops on the tree as a response to drought to protect the tree. So there's like so the relationship between drought in this place and the tree's production of wax, and then the wax's use in the invention of recorded sound. And so our ecosystem is just so much more than humans, right? And like donkeys were an important part at the turn of the century in the harvesting of this wax. And I remember when I came across that fact, like that donkeys had this important role. Like I think when you're like, if you're put on like a wax cylinder or something to listen to it, right? I don't think you're imagining like that there were donkeys involved in getting that sound to your ears. So I think that your question also sort of getting at sort of music's capacity to educate people or to bring people into the conversation. But I think the other side of that is that music is really environmentally taxing. I mean, the lights, the transportation, all of the audience members traveling to the show, but even local music, like the wood that you use to make the instrument and the wax and the materials that are in recording technology and so forth. There's a book by a guy named Kyle Devine called Decomposed. That is a really neat book. And it sort of, he deals with, for example, like shellac, right, is like a byproduct of a bug. Like, I don't know if people realize that, but like the lac bug, like secretes this thing that then became shellac for records, right? And I think people aren't thinking that there's like bug secretion is what shellac is. Anyway.
It's fascinating. I mean, the notion that we all feel we're in this constructed world with microphones and cell phones and bots that sabotage our ticket master process. But we are really connected to the planet through those things. And it can be overwhelming to think about, well, what goes into this device? And I use this to make music, record music, buy my tickets, whatever it may be, to get to the venue. And as a working musician, I'm using it for all sorts of logistics and coordination and booking. So there's just so much that we're connected to. Where are the rare earths that come from that go into this? What's the human labor, the animal labor that goes into it? It can be overwhelming. And in light of that, it's really important for us to focus on what we can do. So in your experience, what would you recommend that folks in the audience today think about as a starting point in the work that they're doing? And just one thing they can think about doing. What is one thing you would recommend?
Well, since it's a music audience, plastic water bottles. All artists want water, so find other alternatives to get them water. That's a pretty small step, but there's actually another B Corp based in Idaho. It's called Proud Source Water. They at least use aluminum cans, which is better than plastic. It's still, but
Better than boxed as
yes,
well. for the
better than
record.
boxed. So there are alternatives out there. You know, and what this is a bigger part of the bigger conversation we've been having all weekend though, is that those alternatives can be more expensive. And so I think that, you know, we also got to figure out solutions to how we pay for those improvements. But I think those are good asks of our government, you know, entities or private partnerships. Like our partnership with the water company has been a mutually beneficial one that you know, and they've grown a lot through their partnership with us. And now I think they're finding their way in the music industry.
Interesting. So you help develop some economic development, a business there. So what's one thing you would suggest folks start with?
Well, I think just thinking about being aware of the vast number of people and animals and other kinds of living beings that are parts of our music ecosystems. Just how multifaceted, how rich, how complex music ecosystems really are.
I mean, you gave us some really good examples of how we directly connect with nature through the equipment and the supplies that go into music. I think that's a fascinating concept. Like, can we find ways to help people feel connected to the planet? Do you have any insights on that? And I know you have a video. Is this what the video gives?
This might be a good opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, all right, so let me tell you about my friend.
Okay.
So I have a friend, his name is Gifreitas. He's a fiddler and a luthier, and a composer and a visual artist and an educator and an activist. Is all of those things. So that's kind of a long story. Is that all right?
Go for it.
So Gifreitas grew up in a city in northeastern Brazil called Fortaleza, in a neighborhood called Mucuripe, which is like a coastal neighborhood. His father was a chef on like a merchant marine ship, traveled the world, brought home records from all over the world for him. But grew up very poor. Gifreitas grew up very poor. But as a child had access to neighborhood cello lessons. There was like some organization that had music lessons. And so he studied the cello and he became an orchestral musician, and had a sort of a short-lived career playing in a state orchestra, and then developed tendinitis, and had to drop out of being an orchestral musician. So he sold jewelry that he made like in the market for a while and did different things, and then found himself living in a city called Juazeiro do Norte, which is it's sort of like the capital of this rural part of northeastern Brazil. It's inland, and it's about 7 hours inland from all of the major capitals of the region, and couldn't afford an instrument. And so he started studying local musical practice there, which is 7 hours away from where he grew up, and learned that a lot of the traditional fiddlers in this region make their own instruments, and they make their own instruments out of locally available materials. He said, well, I can afford to do that. And so he started looking around, well, what materials could I use to make instruments out of? So he started making his instruments out of calabash. He saw in them, first of all, calabash are like an important symbol of this place, and but also they're available, right? And there's like a shop in the market in downtown where they sell calabash. So he bought himself gourd and like figured out, how can I turn this into a fiddle that's playable, that sounds nice? He spent some time working at it. Then he developed a youth orchestra, where then the kids in his youth orchestra also made their own fiddles themselves. He taught them how to make fiddles. So he has this orchestra of kids, and then they also have like a flute tradition in this region where you make your own flute out of a kind of bamboo that grows there. So it's like an orchestra of local music, local style music on local style instruments, in which part of the aesthetic is that you make your own instrument. And so this has sort of been his career, and his instruments are beautiful. And as a result of climate change, the gourds aren't growing big enough now to be able to make his fiddles out of. And an important detail of this story also is my parents moved to Fortaleza about 15 years ago into the very neighborhood where he grew up, where it used to be a fisherman's community, and now it's high-rise apartments, mostly of like foreigners from Europe who've put up these tall buildings. So I'm like part of that story, which is, troubling and interesting to me. Anyway, so he couldn't afford other materials for making his instruments. So he makes his instruments out of cardboard now.
Wow.
So that's what the video is. It's a little bit about his cardboard instruments. This is one of his, in the video, it's like one of his earlier versions of this. There's sort of less wood involved now. They're just pure cardboard. He understands the visual power of playing an instrument that's made out of cardboard as a kind of a symbol of environmental crisis and economic crisis.
And at the same time, it's the most, maybe besides plastic, the most obviously available resource lying around.
Exactly. And interestingly, so thinking about also like the multifaceted nature of music ecosystems, the city where he lives, the big industry there is shoemaking. I'm sure lots of people have like shoes that were made in Brazil. And so he uses shoe grade cardboard because that's what's available in his town, and it's stiff enough to make like a nice instrument out of. So would you mind showing us the clip? We'll just watch part 7 minutes. We won't watch all of it. Also, these are not my subtitles.
Meu nome é Freitas, eu sou luthier e educador. Aqui no Horto é uma escola, funciona uma escola, onde eu desenvolvo trabalho de educação musical, esportes, e onde eu faço a parte de luteria popular. Isso aqui é uma rabeca, feita de papelão, que como aqui é uma escola para crianças, a ideia é facilitar o processo de construção. Então isso aqui são para crianças fazerem esse instrumento, as crianças da escola. Então esse aqui é o corpo do instrumento, que é feito de papelão. Dentro dele vem a barra harmônica, que é feita de pau d'arco. Pau d'arco é uma madeira bastante comum aqui na região, usada para construção. Pau d'arco, ela fica por dentro dos instrumentos, é o que sustenta o instrumento. Aí o braço ele é feito de restos de madeira. Isso aqui é louro e aqui louro canela. São madeiras da região. Aqui é pau d'arco. Pau d'arco ele faz as cravelhas do instrumento. É a mesma madeira. E aqui o estandarte, que fica embaixo, que é a mesma madeira, pau d'arco. Então, basicamente, o instrumento é feito com essas peças. As cravelhas, o braço, o corpo, o estandarte e a barra harmônica. O braço ele é parafusado aqui, né?
You want to jump in ahead to maybe a minute before the end?
Passa de PVC, de bambu, de vários materiais. E cada instrumento tem essa sonoridade específica. Cada instrumento é único.
Thank you for that, and thank you
When you stay at
for
a
forging
virtual, the host doesn't stay
that
with you.
relationship.
Because
So you
without
bring
privacy,
that
you're
to us
vacation.
here. It was definitely, for me, it's striking how limitations create the ingenuity. And for me, that's a big lesson for how we operate here in this country for different musical events and venues and instruments is how can we use limits to become more creative? But anything you wanted to share about the video? We've seen it.
Well, I just want to say, so that was obviously that wasn't his shoe grade cardboard fiddle. This was sort of an earlier model that uses corrugated cardboard. But I think one thing that I find so interesting about his work is I really don't believe in the idea of classical music as social uplift conversation. Like I find that very problematic. And so I don't want to suggest that that's the story that I'm telling about him, like that his access to cello lessons as a child somehow made opportunities for him. In a certain sense it did, but it could have been something else. Really what created opportunities for him was the local culture that valued making instruments for yourself. And a culture where, for example, like the traditional flutes that people play, today they're made out of PVC pipe. It's not seen as like problematic or incongruous. Or like, untraditional in any sense. It's just, it's cheap. You can get PVC pipe cheap. They paint them so you can't tell necessarily that it's PVC pipe. Yeah, so in a certain sense, I think we have an aesthetic in the US by and large, or at least European aesthetics are an aesthetic of reproduction and an aesthetic of sameness. An aesthetic where every violin should be made out of a similar kind of wood and every violin bow should be made out of the exact same wood. And the point is for all of those instruments to sound identical so that when they're playing in the orchestra, it sounds like one instrument, right? It's a value of sameness and repetition. And he is participating in an Afro-diasporic culture that values difference. What's the term that I'm thinking of is, come on, us musicologists, help me. What's the term?
You have to give us some hints.
No, not heterophony, the heterogeneous sound ideal.
Close.
Yeah, but like an Afro-diasporic aesthetic of difference contrasting with, things being contrasted with each other to create different kinds of sound qualities at the same time, that's a value that he has. That I don't want to suggest like what he does is somehow like inherently sustainable or inherently better, but it is both of those things.
There is, there's this whole school of thought in the sustainability movement that's called biomimicry, and it's how do we look at nature as an efficient, creative, ingenious way of creating. And if you look at an ecosystem is healthier when there's more diversity in it, when there's more resilience in an ecosystem, when there are more different kinds to withstand different stressors and shocks. So it's an interesting parallel to think about sameness and diversity of instruments. So do you have any thoughts or reactions, Eric, to the
Yeah, one of the things that was coming up for me, and it related to some of the other conversations today, and I think related to what you were just saying too, is I think in even the last couple of days, one thing I think, and I reflect on how we approach our festival is in relation to that, is that we as we look at ourselves as music educators too, and how we're trying to educate. We call our festival a festival of discovery, and I think big part of that for me, and I'm really proud of the fact that we bring people to our festival who mostly don't know who's playing, and there's like 500 bands, because we need to be building music fans again instead of fans of celebrity. And I think in large part because that's when the ecosystem gets thrown out of whack if any one thing is too strong, right? And so I think that's part of all of this, right? And so one thing so watching that, it's like, I love this, and I don't care how popular he is or, whatever. It's just like music in our community. Now I say that but I also believe, those that have been in conversation with me, I believe that musicians need to think of their business. They are a business and they have to build a fan base. So I'm not saying that that's not part of it too, but I do think, and I think you guys obviously in academia, you're building fans of music. That's kind of what you guys focus on. But I do think those of us in the popular music space, that gets lost a lot of times, especially with the media, obviously. But so, anyways, that's something that I think is something that we can all have more collective effort on, just building that middle class of musicians.
Yeah, that's really wonderful. Just so you all know, we do want to open it up to questions and comments from you. So we'll do that in a few minutes. If you want to get your ideas together, warmed up, should we bring a mic out to the audience? Is that okay? So we have an extra mic up here we can use for that. While you're thinking about those questions, and especially if there are any working musicians here in the room, I'd love to hear from you about your perspective on this or reaction to this. That'd be really valuable. As folks are beginning to think about that, earlier I asked about one small thing people could do. On the flip side of that, what is your take on the real impact the industry can have on creating a better relationship with the planet and one another? Like, what is the big thing that we should be focused on?
I think it's localness. For me, I think a music industry that focuses on local musicians making music for local communities with local resources, with local woods, right? I mean, I think like the more local, the better.
Right.
Yeah, that resonates with me. Also, really, I'm very passionate about the cultural exchange that comes with touring, which I know that's been a thing that I think is important, especially growing up in a place like Boise, Idaho, where the cultural exchange I value greatly as I have a 9-year-old daughter. Like, I want to live in Boise. So that's part of it too. I think in related to what you're saying is if we can build out these smaller towns and stuff in more sustainable ways too, that people, and this goes from an ecological standpoint as far as just the migration needs, right? And so I think from a cultural standpoint, I love watching these smaller towns like Boise, Fort Collins, and these other places become real cultural hubs of their own, where we've for a long time watched the migration of youth to the bigger cities, and stuff. So that feels like it's related to climate. Please tell me yes.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Everything is. But the idea of local is you're curating beauty and art and complexity in the place where you are, as opposed to looking for it somewhere else. And that can have benefits in terms of less travel resources, but there is the benefit of that exchange as well. So all those things contribute. But it sounds like what you're both saying is it's not just the water bottles and it's not just the materials we use for the instruments, but it's creating that sense of place and that connection with one another in place that is really essential to creating more sustainable systems. So that's an important takeaway for me. So thank you for that. I'd love to open it up. Are there thoughts, questions, reactions, observations? Great. I will. Yeah. Okay. Would you mind introducing yourself too?
My name is Graham Savoy. I live here in DC. I'm an eco musician. I have an eco musical practice. I take solar panels and recording equipment into the woods in the wilderness, and I use it as a studio. And to answer your question, in that practice, I've worked with environmental justice issues in Southern Virginia around pipelines, and we used music to shut down $16 billion worth of gas infrastructure during the pandemic. So I know a lot about that. And It's really interesting because music is organizing. We get people together and we give them a message. And a lot of time that message is a personal message, which can be useful in local stuff. But sometimes that message is about things that are nuanced and hard, and you can't have person-to-person conversations with people. You have to put it into art. And the question that I want to ask is related to that. What are your thoughts on support infrastructure to go to that? Because so much of what we've been talking about today is about how do you personally make money at that, and what is the money is the goal. But for these things, money is not the goal. It's actually the opposite of money. We want the money to not be spent. And I'll share just a little bit of prompt with that band that we did the work with. Our metric was whether or not people are crying, whether we're giving them permission to feel the pain and the loss and the dissatisfaction and all of that in what they're doing, and how do you support people in doing that?
So your question is how to support that approach? Okay, thank you. Brilliant question, and thank you for the work you do. This is a theme that we're seeing in the world of sustainability that a lot of folks find getting to action, the barrier between taking action, even if it's a small step, is resistance to feeling the emotional. And the idea of climate grief is real. And a lot of the work that I am now doing with executives at the university is creating space for people to feel their feelings when they hear about how quickly things are devolving and what the long-term impacts will be. So the point you're making about creating this other form of connection and communication is really, really important. So I'd love to hear what you two have to say about how to create that connection and that communication on a different level.
I agree. I think music's a great vehicle for that. One thing I love about music is it is organizing, but you can be alone too. You can be alone amongst other folks and in your thoughts. So it's a great opportunity to reach people in a thoughtful space. And so we take that seriously as programmers. Like, it's really important to us to have a program of artists that are making thoughtful music. I mean, sure, fun music too, but we pay a lot of attention to that. So I think, and then also, like I said, we do a lot of talk-based stuff because I think, I think it's great. And so I do think it's beholden on those that have the ability to provide a platform, if to do that. Or also maybe the cities can have solar power in the park, so you can go plug in. You have to move your solar power trailer around. So that's one idea.
That's great.
First of all, the idea that music is organizing as like a phrase is like ringing in my ears. I think it's really powerful. And thank you for your good work. It's really fantastic. I think how I support these kinds of efforts is helping. I think I try to help Gifreitas tell his story. So we've gone to conferences together, and he also spends all of his free time really on his motorcycle going around to Brazil has a program where you can, if you are like a knowledge bearer, a culture bearer in your community, you can apply to the government for a kind of retirement. So you're like, there's the guy who like knows all the things about the, like medicinal plants, right? And then so Gifreitas goes on his motorcycle to help these people fill out applications to apply to the government so they can get these retirements. And I try to support him in that when I'm there and helping these musicians do their thing. Is this about sort of the environment? No, but these people are affected by environmental change. They're the most vulnerable, some of the most vulnerable people. So.
You have a question?
I think Zoom can't hear you without it.
Hi, it's Danny. Whoa. I just think Tree Fort, one of the things you guys do, you might not recognize that you do it, but you're bringing all these musicians and people into venues that already exist, so you're utilizing spaces that are already there instead of creating huge monstrous structures and bringing people into a space and abandoning all the other places, leaving them empty. I think that's a really important thing. And if we want to kind of combat supporting that kind of waste, we can, or we can start messaging more to say, hey, come out and support these places that are utilizing private spaces.
Oh, God.
Thanks, Danny. You sound like a venue owner.
Hi, Jamie Duffy from Denver, Colorado. Maybe my inner cynic is coming out. I am so, like, climate grief is real, but also so is like a lack of hope. And I'm a little concerned that we are, like, are we doing to the local music industry what has been done to all of us around, like, recycling? Like, this is you, this is your problem, this is your fault, you're the one who caused this. But we're not talking about big corporations, the United States military, and other nations who are like the actual problem. And like, I feel like we're locally, these folks, like what Eric's doing is amazing, but like, you would know more about this than I do, but like, is our exchange of tin cup gonna move it? Because from what I'm reading, it's not. And so, I don't know if that's true, but everything I'm reading is like, it's a done deal unless we can collectively organize to elect the most progressive people possible and aggressive people on climate change. And so I wonder if, like, yes, we keep doing our efforts, but are we missing the broader effort, which is we have to get people globally in positions of power to make real aggressive changes now, or it's done. So am I just like super reading the wrong thing? I mean, is this just a drop in the sand in comparison to what has to happen to actually save the species, all species on this planet?
I'll take that one. No, yeah. I mean, that resonates for sure. Like, yeah, and I mean, I am curious if that's the question too. But I will say, and I know that's not where you're coming from, but it's very conscious on our side that we're not saying we're doing enough, or that it's even our responsibility. So, but I do think it goes back to, and I think what you're getting at too is if we as a music community need to get the message out more about that and be more explicit about it, then we should be talking about that, because I guess the subliminal messages aren't working. Apparently, is that what you're trying to do? So, yeah. Yeah. Oh no, totally. I mean, what resonates for me too is that very recently there was a global pandemic that the music ecosystem took more responsibly than most other sectors. At least that's how it felt. And then when we tried to come back responsibly, everyone started yelling at us. So, we navigated through that. And I'm proud of how we as a music industry managed that and also led through it. At least I can relate it being in where I was in the like country. It like was a very big challenge with the lack of leadership is how it felt. Like that shouldn't have been our job. We shouldn't have been the first one to shut down locally. Like, it's like who's in charge around here? So I mean, on the climate thing, I think it relates really directly. And it does feel like the music ecosystem is such a stewards of responsibility. It feels like we care so deeply to your point too, that but we don't want to paper over things. We're not trying to greenwash the experience in a way that just makes us feel better, right?
Can I offer like a radical response to that question? Is like, I agree with you that the problem is major corporations. The problem is Beyonce's private jet, right? It's not, but sure, yeah. But I also want to challenge people in the room to think about the role of aesthetics and whether aesthetics themselves are sustainable or whether there are aesthetic problems and to be considered.
I'd like to just add one quick thing, but I also think it's important to do what you can locally. So I do think, I think grounding ourselves in that is important still, right? Like think global, act local. And if we're not at least doing that, then yeah.
There are three rhetorical strategies that I think come out of here. And one me clarify, rhetorical strategies to champion the local, to advocate for responsibility. And one of them you illustrated well right there, which is personal narrative and stories about human beings doing things. And there are a lot of those, and those are moving. There's another one that came up in the discussion here about music's ability to organize. And I'm borrowing John Street's idea here that music doesn't just organize, but it channels feeling, that it has a way of not just bringing us together, but channeling the way we feel together. And that's what can be political about music. And there's another one of simple shock value from people who see things from above. And I think you all have that, whether it's like Mike in your book talking about how the beginning of the recording industry was like a global extraction product of like wax and wood and shipping and all this. And I'm thinking, quaint 1920s? That's crazy. It's the same thing that you mentioned Kyle Devine's book when he talks about all the digital waste. And Megan, you referred to this, of all the devices we listen on. And you start thinking big picture of data farms and digital waste that hits the global south that people have to deal with. Eric, I can't imagine what it was like maybe seeing how many water bottles there were after something. So these big picture things that you see that maybe we don't, what would you say would be, say, one or two talking points that might shock us into knowing that we don't see the larger perspective, that we don't see these impacts in our day-to-day life? I mean, we're at a point where music seems like it's ephemeral. Like music seems like, oh, it's just data, but it has very real impact. So can you give us some shocking statistics or shocking perspectives that we might be able to use to add to the local, to the musical?
I have one handy. And I know this comes into play whether it's a small venue, a large venue, but when it involves travel or bringing people together, natural disasters. And those are happening more and more and more. And we are spending 10 times more as a nation on adapting to natural disasters and recovering from them than we did in the 1980s. So this is about having, if we have to think about what have we created? And just the other side of that is if we can get to net zero, which we can do with the right will, we can begin to reverse the impact of climate change. We won't reverse the destruction that's already done, but we can reverse global warming. So point being that if we think about how much the natural disasters are affecting our events, our venues, our travel, disrupting our lives, and the cost that's providing, that's a pretty good motivator.
Suppose I'm thinking of another anecdote from my book that sort of is maybe a little shocking, which is I think when everybody thinks of Brazil, you think of carnival, right? Outside of Brazil, like people think of Brazilian carnival. And one thing I read about in my book is that the cost of drought in Brazil, and northeastern Brazil in particular, has been so severe over the past decade that municipal and state governments have been withdrawing funds and canceling local carnival celebrations. Like this is a thing that people associate intimately with this place, but they can't afford it anymore, or at least the governments are choosing to say that the money's being diverted from carnival to drought relief. Like that's a choice that they're making. It seems like a heavy price to pay, loss of carnival in Brazil.
I don't think I have anything to add to that.
No shock, sticker shock.
No shocks on the climate front, other than personally, yeah.
Thanks. Go ahead.
Okay. I just had a question about sort of the racial inequity aspect of climate change and the climate crisis and how it affects communities of color and specifically musical communities of color, and about, if you guys know of any efforts or how we can get more people, musicians acting as activists around the impacts on their communities, particularly of color. For example, New Orleans, and the vibrant music scene there and how it's been impacted by climate change. Or, I just think it's so interesting that climate justice has been viewed as a separate thing from social justice. And for the people of color communities around the world, it's actually just one and the same. And I think that should be more of how we approach the conversation, even in music, because it's got such a huge impact and it's completely tied into the social inequities.
It's a great point. And I'll turn to you all to see if you have a response, but I have some thoughts too. Do you want to? Okay. So I think, first of all, thanks for the question. The main challenge I think we have in a majoritized, minoritized culture, which is where there's a majority white in power and minoritized groups are in positions of lesser power, if at all, is shifting that power dynamic and who has seats at the table in that conversation. So when we're talking about creating music or hosting music or producing music, who is at the table and who's giving input to the design of that? And that can be on the local level, what parts of the community are brought to the discussion in the design of the event. That can be when you're creating music, who is behind the creation of the instrument or the actual sound. In terms of this being climate justice being a social justice issue, you're absolutely right. And it's about shifting those power dynamics more broadly, even beyond the music ecosystem. So there's a lot of work that people in majoritized positions have to do.
I was just curious because we were talking briefly about the displacement of indigenous peoples in Brazil in particular. That seems related, at least. Is there anything more to share on that?
Do you want to? You may have more expertise.
Was it you? Oh yeah.
I was talking well, we live in these United States of America that, at least I know my ancestors are not indigenous to this land. And so what's happening in Brazil is very similar to what has happened here with colonization over the last however many centuries. But we recently hosted an activist from Brazil, and I regret I don't have her name on the tip of my tongue, but she received an award from the Kennedy Center, a Women's Leadership Award, last week or the week before. And before we end this, I will look up her name so to give her due. But what we're seeing in Brazil is displacement by industry and large landowners who want the land for production of things that we all use, sugar and soybeans and other commodities that are very common in our day-to-day lives. And that displacement is violent. It's also destructive in terms of culture and connection between her community, her people, her heritage, and the planet. So this is where it gets overwhelming, like who is, and there are hopes in Brazil with the new old leadership that there will be some reversals of some pretty arcane legislation there to help right this wrong. But the power dynamics are not in the favor of the minoritized groups. And so that I'm not sure exactly what that has to do with the music industry, but that was a significant thing that we in this country stand on the same loss of indigenous culture. We stand on the use of forced labor and slave labor. And those are things that we need to think about, not just what's happening in Brazil, but here, like how we are using our day-to-day actions and implicit biases and thought patterns and who we're inviting to the table and shaping the continuation of those structures or shifting those structures.
I want to thank you for that question. And I think thinking back on my friend G. Freitas, sort of talking to him about his experiences and his concerns, he is concerned about climate change because it makes him more vulnerable. But he will also say, and he has said to me many times, the environment is not my primary concern. Racism, poverty, these are my biggest concerns. And he understands the way in which these things are related to each other. Also, I just want to say, I think musicians singers at least sing about the world that they know. And you think about, for example, the number of blues songs that are about floods, right? People sing about their experiences. And so, so I guess I'm just saying, so I think that people of color, marginalized communities, but particularly Black people in the Americas, sort of is a thing I know a little bit about, are both sort of the first victims of climate change, but also really actively expressing responses to climate change.
Racism and climate change are not separate issues. They're actually the same issue.
Absolutely, absolutely.
And I
Yeah.
think that it should be part of the conversation. We'll talk about the music industry and how, climate activism, that's got to be included in the conversation.
Thank you so much. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more.
So I appreciate the upliftment of the indigenous communities. So much that you're discussing up there resonates with me. I traveled to Brazil a couple of years ago to participate in a school for the radicals with the MST land movement. And I learned about a lot of different ideologies and different political beliefs, but it was complicated for me as a Black American because there was a harsh lack of acknowledgement of the truth, I felt. And that was, there were so many Afro-Brazilians that just did not identify as quote unquote Black, had no direct acknowledgement of their connection to the transatlantic slave trade. And in a sense, it caused the rift between myself, a Black American, who's saying, look, this is a part of our history. This is how you got to this part of the world, blah, blah, blah. And I do understand also that there are indigenous communities that were already there pre-slavery, et cetera, et cetera. So to even mention the word indigenous, often we're admitting that we want to at least bring truth into the conversation. So I appreciate that. My question is formulated around the responsibilities of the music industry in a real way as it pertains to climate change and the movements that music has been able to curate. If you look at the crack epidemic, the government didn't fix that in the Black community. Hip hop fixed that. The Crack is Whack movement. Artists coming together and saying, look, we have to use our platforms to address this issue some type of way. And what with the corporatization of music today. And if I'm an artist, Travis Scott or somebody, right? And I want to take a stand on what's going on with the planet in a real way. I want to actually address this. Is that even possible with the shackles and the contractual obligations and the now positionality that the music industry and the devotion to ignorance that the music industry has with its content? Is that even possible?
What do you think?
I don't know.
Okay.
I'm an independent artist, so it's possible for me because I'm unbought and unbossed. But that's not the case for somebody who if Pepsi feeds your daughter, you're going to be loyal to Pepsi. And if Pepsi says we're loyal to Exxon Valdez, you're going to be loyal to Exxon Valdez. So how do we begin to, I guess, as the activists, as the artists, as the people who are addressing the issue, where are our points of levity with actually forcing this to be addressed? And I say that because we're living in the age of indoctrination, right? Because the music being more ignorant now means it's harder to actually tell the truth in the music and come out as a corporate entity.
I have lots of thoughts, but go ahead, please.
I'll address it briefly. I mean, I think, obviously you're doing amazing work. You're on the right path, right? And so, I mean, from my vantage point, also coming out as a musician, like a DIY musician, is like the best way we can take that power back for ourselves is to run our own events, and put on our own shows, and only partner with corporate sponsors that align with our values. That's and then do what we can on the climate side, and then we can, we have to walk the walk to some degree before we can talk, right? And so You obviously are really good at that on all those fronts, but I think that's, at least that's what I've found in my own life, how I feel I've gained a platform is because, yeah, I'm not bought, it's like, and so, and I also just want to say, I recognize I say that from a place of privilege too. So, and I've worked for where I've gotten, but I also just want to acknowledge that too. So.
It's an interesting question because I don't really have any skin in that game. Like I'm not, I'm an anti-capitalist. Like but I've been thinking a little bit about today's conversations and about conversations about music education and the importance of giving kids access to music and to learn how to make music. And maybe that's a responsibility that the music industry has. I think it's really important that we turn away from like classical style music education and teach students about popular music. So maybe that's a place where the industry can step in.
I will just give a personal anecdote. So my daughter is a music, she's into music. I'm not. So I learn everything from her. Not that I'm not into it, I just don't know anything about it. And so this week was very traumatizing with the whole Taylor Swift situation, but she also discovered, I'm just looking on her account right now, which I have access to, Dreamer Isioma from Chicago. And if y'all don't know them, oh my God. So that's what we were listening to yesterday while she's studying for her Spanish test today. Point being, I think the industry has two sides to it, right? Like young people have access to these artists who are brilliant. So so then I'm going to come with the theoretical. So this whole overwhelming approach, like how are we going to do this? Like, does it even matter? Is not unique to the music ecosystem. We're seeing this in higher education. We're seeing this in the food sector. We're seeing this in, you name it, any sector that's out there, the energy sector. And so as change agents, and maybe this is us coming full circle here, there's two thought leaders who I like to reference. Peter Senge, who's an old white guy from MIT. He does organizational development. And his quote is, "The vision is what the vision does." So focusing on what we want our future to be, or we want our reality to be, is just as important as doing it. Because, and I'm going to back it up with the second thought leader, Adrienne Maree Brown. Has anybody heard of her emergent strategy? Right? Okay. What you focus on grows. So what we focus on grows. So both Peter Senge and Adrienne Maree Brown bring these reminders to us that we need to focus on the desired future or the desired present so that it becomes more and more. So we can offer some steps forward on our journey with that perspective.
Yeah, Steve Waxman. I wanted to riff on the video because it's just so cool. But also I'm a guitarist and somebody who studies guitar. And I have been thinking a lot more about the ecological impact of musical instruments. And one thing I want to say is, like, I often get really frustrated when we talk about the music industry and totally leave out the music instrument industry, which is a huge part of the music industry and becomes invisible when we talk about this stuff most of the time. So Michael, first of all, thank you for making it visible. But I think also this question of resources is really complicated when we think about these items, right? So you show us this video of this guy who's being so incredibly resourceful, using cardboard to make this incredible instrument. And you're working in Brazil, and you're working mostly around issues of drought, but I'm thinking about issues of deforestation too, which have been really significant around guitar manufacturing and construction. So there's all this new regulation around the guitar industry that they can't source a lot of the woods that they've been relying upon. And of course, some guitarists and guitar manufacturers are like, oh my God, how am I going to do without my like brilliant rosewood, fretboard or whatever. But the thing that I also pause on, I'd like to hear you say something about what deforestation looks like from your perspective as somebody who's been doing research there. But also, I also pause over, like, okay, I don't want guitars to never be made again, for instance, or any other instruments. And then the alternative is like, so we start to source from different things. But then at some point, those other things we start to source from start to run out too. So to me, there's this sort of existential question that I am not expecting any of us to get to the bottom of. But I think someone earlier mentioned aesthetics. And I think this is where it's like the question of aesthetics versus resources versus like, what is the right thing to do? I just want to kind of put it out there in those terms and hear whoever wants to riff on that, go for it.
All right. So my current book project is about bows and fiddles and Brazil. And I talk about Freitas and a whole bunch of other luthiers that he's introduced me to, who's also have compelling stories, who use local materials in their instrument making. But the other side of that story is a story really about the colonial history of Brazil, which is that the country was named after a commodity that the Portuguese were extracting from Brazil for making red dye, which is the pau-brasil, which we call Brazil wood. And people in the string instrument world call it Pernambuco wood. And Pernambuco wood so is like the resource that the Portuguese established their colony for, that sustained their colony. And it is the only material that's understood as acceptable for violin bows, for bows, violins and violas and cellos and basses. And this material is hard to access now. The Portuguese totally decimated the Atlantic forest that when they arrived in Brazil in 1500 was this huge dense forest connected to and related to the Amazon. And they just, within 50 years, just totally decimated it, specifically for this particular wood. And now this wood is really restricted. There are regulations, you can't leave Brazil with it. So now there's like a whole cottage industry of bow makers, because you can take a Brazil wood bow out of Brazil, you just can't take the wood, like the, right? So like there's like a German went and set up a bow making workshop to teach Brazilians how to make the thing. It's just very interesting. So that's sort of my answer to that question. And as far as aesthetics go, this is all a conversation about aesthetics, right? I mean, why do people care so much about Pernambuco wood? It's for aesthetic reasons, right? Both in terms of like the color of the wood, they like it because it's pretty, but also because of its like stiffness, and that allows it for spiccato. I don't know, these different like techniques that you can do on the violin, which are also aesthetic matters, you know? Can you not do spiccato with a different kind of wood or with carbon fiber? I don't know. Also, do you know the film Music Wood? There's a documentary film called Music Wood that's about Sitka spruce in Alaska. And a campaign started by Greenpeace to try to limit the use of this wood for making guitars. And what's so interesting about it is there are so many different conflicting actors involved in this process, including indigenous people who are clear cutting their forests because this is their only source of revenue in their community. And so it's just such a complex set of problems that have to do with self-autonomy, that have to do with aesthetics, that have to do with activism, that have to do with local governments. Anyway, check out the film Music Wood. I think you'll like it.
Oh,
Yeah, we're at time.
We're at time.
Yes. Oh, thank you for looking her up. Yes, Vadalise Veron, and she's with a Guarani tribe in central Brazil, in Mato Grosso do Sul. Valdelice Veron, thank you. Thanks, Rebecca. And her main request when she was here was to help spread information about what they're dealing with. So there we go. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for sharing your thoughts and perspectives, and have a good evening.
Thanks, Megan, Eric, Mike. That was great. We have a break until 5 o'clock, and then we'll start our last panel of the day.
Cheers.
We have cocktails and hot chocolate by the fireplace. We don't. It was good. Do you want to stand with me or can I introduce you in a minute?
Yeah.
I'll bring you up. Oh, hi. You guys, we almost made it. Thanks for sticking around. We have about 200 people in the room, so it's very exciting. Thank you all for being here. My name is Lisa Gudgaudas. I'm with the City of Denver. I work with Denver Arts and Venues. My job is to support our creative industries in the city. I work a lot in music. I put out a music strategy in 2018 and ever since have been fighting to get funding to give out to our communities to help them thrive and get out of our own way. It's my pleasure to be moderating this fantastic panel of people. Today we have Tanya Dyson over here on the left from Memphis Slim Collaboratory. We have Chris Nam from Listen Local First in DC, Bill Johnson with WRTI in Philadelphia, and of course, Mark David all the way from the UK with Music Venue Trust. Thank you guys for being here. To set the stage a bit, we're talking about reimagining. It's been the theme all week, all 2 days, and maybe during COVID as well, right? So we've been thinking a lot about these things. The music ecosystem is a delicate network of interconnected contributors, all in this room and beyond. They are dictating how we access music, how we play music, how we learn about music. And when this is out of line, and it's unaligned, we see how disruptive and disrupted our artists can become. When we're in balance, we can develop another way to adjust that paradigm and maybe shift our culture into thinking about how incredibly important our artists and our communities are and the worth that they have and be paying them what they deserve and giving them the basic human rights that have been called out all day today. So with that, I also want to introduce Sean Edwards. He is with Georgetown. Sean, come on up here. Sean is a fourth-year senior with Georgetown. We've been learning a lot from the students here, and I thought it was really important to bring up a local voice and a young adult to help us answer and ask some of these questions as well. So he'll be joining me in moderating. Thank you. Let me let Sean introduce himself real quick, and then I want to go ahead and give everyone on our panel just 1 solid minute to introduce yourselves as well, so people kind of get acclimated into who you are. Sean, you want to go first?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sean. I'm a fourth year here at Georgetown, majoring in psychology. I mean, I really got deep into music after, like, I was on my Access and, like, I saw Michael Bracey's class and I was like, this feels right. Like, for once, I finally chose something for me. And it just felt so right at the time. And it is so funny how I'm here right now. And it's like so full circle. But yeah, I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy to be here with the interviewees and the panel. And I hope you guys enjoy it.
Tanya, can we start with you for introductions?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tanya Dyson. I'm fortunate enough to have gotten a chance to converse with a few of you all throughout the course of the week. But like she said, I'm from Memphis, Tennessee. I'm the executive director of a nonprofit called Memphis Slim Collaboratory in the beautiful Soulsville, USA neighborhood. We're directly across the street from Stax Museum of American Soul Music. So if you've ever come to Memphis, you've definitely seen our building, or hopefully you will come to Memphis and see the building. We are an artistic community center. And so we operate by membership. We have 4 facets: artist development, preservation, youth empowerment or education, and also community engagement through music. And so we host 2 major events throughout the city: the Solon on the River concert series, which is our summer involvement in civic commons and getting people to take in free music in the parks that we pay taxes on. And then also the Soulsville USA Festival, which is an annual celebration of the beautiful Soulsville neighborhood. We work with over 500 musicians throughout the course of the year. We allow musicians to join as bands. So we have 280 members on log, but that translates into 500 to 600 musicians throughout the year that we work with. And so that's just a little bit of what we do. And hopefully I'll be able to tell you a little bit more of the work that we do throughout this panel.
Shania wears a lot of hats, many. So she's probably going to have very different perspectives, but hopefully bring all of them to the table today.
How's it going, everyone? My name is Chris Naum. I co-founded a music initiative right here in DC about 12 years ago called Listen Local First DC. And the whole idea behind Listen Local First was create alternate avenues for local music exploration, find new ways for artists to connect with fans to connect with artists, and create this collaboration and partnerships between local businesses and the artist community and the government. This is right now, this is really my part-time work, my passion work, my volunteer work that I do. I have kind of a day job we don't really talk about, but the work that I'm focused on right now is a lot of it started, you guys heard from Aaron this morning, the DMV Music Stakeholder Collective. So we brought the music community came together to advocate for the needs of the community and bring resources and pool resources during the pandemic. We have over 350 stakeholders, part of our stakeholder collective. That includes individual artists, managers, labels, venues, collectives, nonprofits that meet weekly to discuss issues. We send out candidate surveys for issues that matter to the community. We write letters to the council. We advocate for any sector in the community, whether it's artists, venues, managers, sound engineers. I also am a presenter. I presented music festivals for over 10 years, 3 different festivals in DC. Right now I'm only doing one, which is called Down in the Reeds. It's a festival about healing through music. And we just had our 2nd year this year, even though it was our 3rd. The first year was before the pandemic. So that's the work that I do. The other hat that I wear is with NEVA, which is here, and do a lot of work with the Independent Venue Association. I work on I'm one of the co-chairs of the Sound Ordinance Task Force, working with cities across the country that are dealing with sound ordinance issues and how do you address the sound ordinance, whether you're rewriting legislation or creating pieces of legislation that deal with agent of change, which is what I'm sure we'll get into at some point. And I also co-chair or vice chair of the Mid-Atlantic chapter.
I'm Bill Johnson. I'm the general manager of WRTI, which is a public media station in Philadelphia. We are an all jazz station, half classical, half jazz. We were the first one in the country back in 1997 to have that format. As I tell people all the time, it's the same 12 notes, just organized differently. And that puts us in a unique position to be able to talk about music in ways that are about breaking down barriers. Right? We often get involved in how things are different versus how they're the same. And so at WRTI, we have an audience of over 300,000 people a week, and we produce dozens of videos. We produce a ton of editorial for NPR. that's shared with not only NPR, but peer stations around the country, and in terms of arts and culture journalism. I personally am involved in music as a musician for over 45 years as a trumpet player. I bring that to my job in terms of my values and what I believe organizational development should be, which is it should be a great ensemble where everybody has an opportunity to have a voice, where they are supported when they are sharing that voice, and where what we do together is much richer than what we could do separately. And I'll stop there.
David, I'm the CEO and founder of a not-for-profit in Kingdom called Music Venue Trust. It was established in 2014 with the aim of protecting, securing and improving Britain's grassroots music venues. We should probably start there. My colleague who sat there invented the term grassroots music venues because at that point, those venues in England used to be described as the toilet circuit. I think you call them dive bars here in America, and in Australia they have the best one, sticky carpet bars, which is so onomatically descriptive that I really like it. So we started that organisation because in the UK, as we later found out by doing some research, 35% of all of the trading venues right across the UK had closed between the period of 2007 and 2015, a massive drop in the cultural infrastructure that should be available for artists and for audiences and communities. We were reluctant to start it because we thought somebody else should do it, which is a natural reaction when you've got lots of things you want to do. But we, over a period of time, realized nobody else was going to do it, and actually the situation was serious. So we began our campaigning work in 2014 by hosting a conference like this, inviting venues that we knew from across the country to come to London, and then taking them on a boat on the Thames to see how drunk we could all get while we shouted how absolutely terrible everything was and how somebody was to blame. And from that, we formed something called the Music Venues Alliance, and that is now effectively the equivalent of NEVA in the States. That was formed in 2015, I think. We now have 951 members of that. We represent around about 97% of all of the grassroots music venues in the UK. Grassroots music venue in the UK, typically, I'll do some numbers. The average capacity is 308. If you like the terms mode and median, the mode capacity is 250. They produce 172,000 performances a year, delivered to 950 communities to over 22 million people. They have a gross turnover of just under £500 million. I've just looked at my currency exchange, so that's about $600 million. However, their gross expenses are about $595 million, which means that they're operating on about a 0.25% profit. And so most of our work, and the work what I'd like to talk about today, is how do we change that? Should we change it? Who's responsible for changing, and how do we achieve that change?
Thank you. So we've been firing on all cylinders the last 2 days and today especially. So we've covered affordable housing, climate action, all kinds of things. We wanted to take this opportunity to ask some more curveball questions in a little bit of a spitfire way. So thank you for enduring our questions that we developed for you. Hopefully this makes it kind of a fun round to end the day with. And Mark, you don't live in the US, but you can certainly be answering these questions, especially this one, to help us. And feel free to start wherever you want. In a position of advocacy, if you were in front of the federal government, how might you provide one piece of concrete evidence to show that musicians are part of the public health workforce? so that they can receive more basic human rights, fair pay, housing, and benefits from their own work. One piece of concrete evidence you could provide the federal government.
All right. Is the sky blue? Right? Do we need the sun? Do we need water? Do we need air? Our mission at WRTI is to champion music as a vital cultural resource. Why? Because music is a vital resource, like a natural resource. And that comes from our community telling us that, not us making that up. Our role in public media is the government created us. In 1967, the federal government said we need to have media in America, not just for the head, for the heart. So we inspire and we inform in public media. The music part in particular is the inspiration part. And music's made by musicians. And musicians are inspired and serving this country day in, day out. Are they part of the public health infrastructure? Absolutely. We can't be the successful democracy that Congress created us for if we do not have citizens who can exercise their complete rights as citizens. That means they need to be informed, but they also need to be inspired. That's where music comes into play. If we don't have musicians that are being supported at a fundamental level in terms of their needs, we cannot have the kind of democracy that's going to succeed, period. And that's why the federal government needs to be putting more money into the music economy and supporting musicians in a way that allows them to have basic human rights like healthcare and recognizes the impact that they have on the health of the entire country.
So I organize a music festival called Down in the Reeds, happens here in DC. The whole theme behind the festival is it's about healing through music in our city and how how music heals. Music has the ability to heal across communities and culture. And in coming up with this event is hosted on the grounds of the Walter Reed Army Hospital, which is an area that has obviously had a lot of suffering and healing over a century. And so in talking to the music community, so many musicians that are from the DC area have had parents or loved ones that have had sort of part of this, have been part of the hospital at the time or have family service in the hospital. So they were like, in coming up with ideas or what can we do? Because it's a beautiful space, great amphitheater. Everyone kept on bringing up the idea of music heals, healing through music. And at the time, my father had a stroke and he suffers from aphasia. But the one thing he could do that was like no problem, he could hum a song. You have trouble putting out his words, but he could hum a song, he could sing along to a song. So all of this happened like around the same time when I was creating the festival. This totally makes sense. I mean, healing through music is not like right now. It also seems like a little bit of a catchphrase. Everyone's like, "Oh, healing." But it okay. Yeah. It really is deep. And I had another festival that was really before that we worked on where it's like it got people out and you'd see people just like getting up and dancing and like all ages, like being together in the streets. And a part of this festival is history and has a workshop component. So we had, musicians from Ghana, from Bolivia, from Nigeria, all of them with their respective cultural instruments and or drums talking about how like in these respective cultures, there is actually a healing component of each of these specific instruments. And then, you have a blues jam or you have a picking jam. And each of these jams, like in the communities, they were like, this is like how people came together to just like play a jam or pick together just to relieve stress. We have the data that shows what music does for people with PTSD, how it helps children with different sort of mental stress, anxiety. So, I mean, we are collecting as a society the data on the importance of music actually being a healing tool. So if that's the case, when there's so much medical information coming out behind the importance of music, then yes, the musicians are the vehicle for that. And I think, I don't know if that alone is persuasive on a federal level. I don't know what's persuasive on federal level. I think I'm only focused on the local level. But if there's a way to show you, but you look at other countries, I mean, I keep on hearing, the idea of France and how like, a performing musician that performs, I don't know whether it's just Paris or more France, like X number of days a week gets a stipend from the city. You get a stipend from the state or the county to be able to do that. It's like a living wage stipend because they realize the importance of, you're probably gigging on the street, you're playing in a bar, you're playing whatever. So, but that seems like, and that goes into a lot of the work around universal basic income. I think it's an important part of this. I mean, this community is essential. And I think we need to start thinking about all the communities that are essential that should be provided universal basic income.
I'll jump in here. Is my mic on? Okay, here it is. So one of the, I guess, to answer your question in short form, to say that what would be the piece of evidence that we would give? We have the data, and I'll say that, and then I'll give you the how. I mentioned our community engagement programming. Everything about that's really our music programming, technically, but we've termed it community engagement because we use music to address a lot of the ailments that happen in our neighborhood. The Soulsville neighborhood is 3106, 38126, high poverty, low education, high crime, typical, statistics that you see in a lot of our, vulnerable areas in a sense. And so we've worked with the community to figure out how can we use music as a draw to deal with a lot of the things that we have to deal with in the neighborhood. So financial, as far as finances, educating people on finances, no one's going to show up for that. Realistically, we've all said in these think tanks and charrettes, no one wants to deal, it's too hardcore. But if you talk about music and then you have a booth that's set up to deal with financial literacy there, if you have a booth that has a sign up for food, if you have a booth where the library is there and getting people signed up for library cards and giving away books, you have someone there giving away coats, giving away, different things, all in this festival environment. And so that's really, how we've dealt with it. As far as the stats and the data, during our concert series, specifically the Soul on the River concert series, we launched that in 2019. And then unfortunately, we got hit with the pandemic the following year. So in 2020, we had to recalibrate. We didn't get to do it last year, in 2020 rather, but we did get to do it in 2021 and also this year. And the stories that we got, the stories that we had to listen to, people crying, saying, thank you for doing this. I just had 3 people in my family to die from the pandemic, and it's been absolutely depressing sitting in the house because we can't go to any of the music venues that we normally do. So the fact that you all figured out how to engage us in the park, and even in 2021, we had these social bubbles where we, took it upon ourselves to spray the grass and say like, hey, you can get this. And so we had bubbles that were large enough to fit 1 person, that were large enough to fit 2 people, and bubbles that were large enough to fit families. And so people kind of just walked around the park and picked out their space. That alone, mentally on people, even us, the impact of even, because that's a whole mental struggle of putting on something of this capacity. But it was a salve for us even to be around there. And so to get those testimonies from people saying how this helped them, how being able to get out into fresh air and be around other people safely and to take in music really helped them to, feel like they can push through this. A lot of people have been living through depression. A lot of people have been, affected directly, whether they call COVID or whether someone in their household called COVID. We dealt with a lot of that, even with musicians, the loss of everything, and figuring out a way, again, how to use music to help people power through. Like I said, the stats are there. We normally do an economic impact survey after each event, but the past 2 years, we decided to take the word economic off of that. So we just put impact, and we ask questions like, how did this affect your mental health? Did you leave happier than what you arrived? And how, has this helped you and how this has helped? And you would be shocked, like when you ask certain questions that people aren't used to getting asked, the answers that you actually get and the truth that you get from that. And like I said, we were able to gather the data and the statistics to show that this has helped, this has impacted people health-wise. And our testimonies of ourselves, just hearing these stories, seeing the tears, seeing the happiness, seeing people just be elated to be outside. We have physical proof. We've seen it. And the proof is in the pudding that music is healing. Music is a salve, it heals. So us not necessarily being considered in the public health forum, we tackled this topic yesterday, and I was kind of on the fence on whether artists needed another hat to put on. It's like, we already wear so many hats. Take it from me. I'm the hat wearer, master hat wearer in the room, literally and figuratively. But do musicians need another hat? To put on, that's a huge burden to consider, as far as in health. But when you think about it, we spend all this money to try to convince musicians that they're businesses, in a sense. And what is the outreach and what is the language that we put around musicians being healers and being responsible? Tef Poe got a chance to bring up, the state of hip hop and it being in a negative state. So now the pandemic has really recalibrated us and to what we search for in our music. How much healing do we get from our music in our current state? And so that's why you kind of see so many things, again, in an upturn in a sense, because people are rethinking what I take in. And how is that beneficial to me? How is that healing to me? How is it healing to the communities that I'm in? How is it healing to the children that I'm in? How is it healing, as far as the educational aspect, and how do these things apply to this new world that we're being forced into building? And so again, it's still questionable on whether musicians need another hat, but should we be considered practitioners? I would say yes, especially when it comes to our treatment and how we're looked up on, and particularly the funding that is developed, because we do more than just sing. We heal every single day. We heal, and that's really, what it is. And Nina Simone said it best: an artist's duty is to reflect the times. So basically, if you're not reflecting the times, and specifically if you're not aiding and helping to move and push the needle forward to something more progressive, what are we really doing? So that's what it is.
Should probably start what I'm going to say by saying I agree with everything that's just been said by all three panelists. And I'm going to tell you something else, which is that I ran a music charity using music in health and education and in criminal justice for 20 years. But the question was, what would you say to a federal representative in order to get them to invest because of public health? I wouldn't say that. Sorry. And the reason is because public health, based on my experience, is overrun with lobbyists. It's overrun with multinational corporate companies spending huge amounts of money to lobby government to ram pills down people's throats that they don't actually need. And the data that they provide in order to justify that is phenomenal. It's researched across multiple years. You can question whether it's valid or not. But if I had an interview in front of a federal representative to try and get money into music to help us right away, there are 7 or 8 things that I would tell them before I would tell them the effect on public health. Even though I agree 100% with what you just said, that's not the soft spot for getting funding into music. That's a really hard one. I can send you a video of the work we did in dementia, where a musician goes into a room. We had must have been in his 80s. Guy's very closed down. Russ, the musician we sent in there, he just had a little keyboard. He started playing Daisy, Daisy, which is an old English tune. Daisy, Daisy. His head came up. He started singing along. He actually put his fingers on the keyboard and started playing some notes that were in tune. That wasn't even it. What happened then is, the song finished, he looked around the room and he saw his sisters and spoke to them and recognized them, something he hadn't done for 2 years. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, probably tens of thousands of videos like this. We, as people who love music, we know this is true. We know that it impacts in this way, and we know this thing. Will we get politicians to fund that? Will we get them to recognize that that's the work, or should we just be doing that anyway? And should we try and use any time we get the politicians to get the money out of their pockets that we need for the kind of portfolio careers that most musicians and artists have these days? And honestly, as somebody who does work all the time on this thing internationally, I'd pick employment. I'd pick the growth of work opportunities for young people. I'd even pick education, because the work and the data on education and the impact that music has on maths and English skills and everything is so robust that if you get a meeting with a senator, please ask them for all the money for that. Because when you say the words public health, the problem we have is we all believe it and we know it because we've experienced it. But unless you're talking to somebody who's experienced it, do you know what it sounds like? It sounds like, here's some magic crystals to make everything better, you know? And so the direct answer to your question, Lisa, is I wouldn't do that, even though I know we should. I would use my 30 seconds in the elevator to say, do you want math standards to go up? Make sure every child in America has access to an instrument. Do you want the English literacy? Do you want literacy skills to explode in this country? Make sure that everybody has access to a cultural experience. Those things will grab their ear, and there's the evidence they can't fight, and we're not fighting everybody else.
I'll just do this very quickly. I'll give you the cheat. The real answer is we do talk to the politicians as part of public media. We go to Capitol Hill, we talk to them, and we talk to our local. All that really matters to them is how this affects their constituents, because that's where their votes are. And so what we really talk about is the impact on their community, our community, and how many people are engaged in music in ways that are meaningful, because that's who we represent and that's what motivates them. And that's why public media has been successful over at crossing over the aisle, is because Big Bird is not a red or a blue bird. You know, Big Bird is watched by every household. And so from a strategic standpoint, I couldn't agree more.
Thank you. And thanks for making it provocative.
Okay, so centered around our conversation about youth, my next question is, major artists doing performances such as Ariana Grande, Travis Scott, or like platforms such as Fortnite, as the music industry moves into the metaverse and the digital world, how do you bridge this gap with the work that you do, and how can you meet me halfway?
So seems like no one wanted to just jump into this question. It's like I dive in. You said that we got the thought, you know, the curveball questions. So here it is. I would say, I give lead by example. So I give a lot of local examples of what the work that we are actively doing in that space. One of the things that we've done, you know, in that, especially in the pivot, you know, behind the pandemic, was to provide living examples of it. You know, you hear the word NFT and you hear the words metaverse, and hear these different things. But when you're working in a neighborhood that had to struggle with dismissing school and worrying about how the kids would have internet access to even do their schoolwork, metaverse seems like a very far-fetched topic when we're trying to figure out how to meta homework. You know, and it's, you know, and so it's one of those things. But what we do is lead by example. We provide workshops and seminars, and we did get a chance to pivot and shift and bring in real life examples. And so we have a few members that have one that has created one of the largest rooms on the metaverse called MetaCourt. It's my neighbor and can give a real life example of what that is, what that looks like. Another artist that we have as a member mastered the area of NFTs, so much so that he was able to ink a deal with LG with his artwork and some other connections with that. So what we've been able to do is provide real life examples of it and put those examples in, you know, within access of the youth that we work with to show that it's attainable. Not only is it attainable, but people that look just like you have mastered it. And so it really takes away that bridge or that gap that they feel like that's something that's way over there and super unattainable for someone that looks like me. And so we really work at stripping those barriers away to where kids can actively see themselves in these positions and different things like that. So I guess that's a little bit of our example of what we've done. And I'm gonna let someone else jump into this pool and swim around for a little bit.
Well, I'm not gonna come to discussion from like anything like the personal knowledge. I feel like I've done a lot of research and I spent a lot of time during the pandemic on podcasts learning about sort of performances, opportunities, whether it's streaming or in the metaverse or in Fortnite, or different NFT platforms. And you hear these stories about artists, doing very well and finding these different audiences. I think that I think it's amazing. I think it's a very, I don't know, I want to say it's a small community that has found success. And I hope it's not like just like the comic book like trader type community, like, and if it does get bigger, because there are some parts of sort of NFT and sort of digital, that type of digital assets that make sense in the music community. I really want to know how. I'm asking, this is like I'm turning it around. I think festivals and events are key to sort of unlocking some of the open, like the ever-present potential of this. It's like I've had a QR code on my business card since 2011. Not once has anyone ever taken a picture of it in the last decade, other than the pandemic when QR codes started being used on menus. So what is that thing that will get everyone adopting? And maybe it won't be called NFTs, maybe we'll call it something else. I mean, maybe the use is not for business cards necessarily anymore. It's we've found other uses for NFTs. But what is that technology, or what is that thing that's going to be able to let you experience on different levels? If you want to be a super fan, you experience on this level. So is it kind of like the GoFundMe, Kickstarter level of different tiers? You get different things. I think there's a lot to be explored. I'm going to keep on learning. I want to connect with the community that is exploring that more and see how it becomes larger and important. It's something that everyone has to pay attention to.
I'd say there's two, maybe three things that our industry should do as public media. Number one is we have to break away from the idea that we are legacy media and that we are content first, and then we need to be open to whatever platforms people are on where we can meaningfully connect. And that's actually been a journey we've been on and we're still on, right? Getting used to the idea of we need to meet people where they are, not saying you got to come listen to the radio, you've got to watch television, right? We need to understand that first. I think the second thing we need to do is we need to be realistic about why we're there and not superimpose, ridiculous business objectives onto being on the platform, right? And we are guilty of that, by the way. We need to understand we're not going to make money being there, first and foremost. So don't put that as part of your business case for being there. Make sure you're there to say, we want to just engage in an authentic way, which gets me to the third thing. Most of us should have absolutely nothing to do with how we appear in the metaverse. We should be hiring people like you and your peers and people who can relate to the people who are actually in the space and paying them to figure out how to tell the story and be authentic in the space.
That's bit. If I don't have to learn what the metaverse is, I'm going to be super happy. And to a certain extent, we talked about this yesterday, didn't we, Sean? It was a really interesting thing, because actually, in that conversation, I think when I approached the question you've just asked, it makes me nervous because I don't want to learn all about the metaverse, and we're on all these different platforms, and luckily we have a lot of young people in our team, and so I think our messaging actually does resonate in a way that it wouldn't if I did it. But what I would say is, actually, you told me, I asked you questions, and you told me the answers, and then I was a lot more happy, because what you told me, what my concern is the detachment between digital experience, which generally speaking is free and easily accessible and quick fulfillment, and the financial transaction and the effort and the dedication that is required to experience the industry that we currently have that pays for the existence of all that content on these platforms. Does that make sense? But in fact, in that conversation, you told me that in fact you had gone out and bought vinyl records by people that you'd seen on TikTok, and then I was super happy. So that made me, it's fading out. That made me a lot happier. The answer is exactly what you've just said. Actually, as these platforms come along, our role should be to make sure that our content fits within that platform in a way that respects the people who are using it, and do that. And I would reverse that and say, I don't think you should have to learn how to use a landline phone that's wired to a wall like I had to when I was your age, and try and work out why it is that when you walk 10 feet away from the phone, it hangs up. So, leave that old stuff, people, to old people like me, and I'll leave the new stuff to young people like you. And do you know what? Having met a lot of you here, actually, I'm super cool with that. I don't like you. You seem to know what you're doing, so you tell me what we should do, and I'll do that. That works fine for me. I'll meet you 50-50 there.
I just came up with an idea that I don't know, maybe this is insane, but I have a 4-year-old, so I don't get out as much. I used to go and see 4 shows a week, and I can't do that anymore. But do I still want to see the music? Yes. I mean, should every venue and every festival have, like, what is that in Stranger Things? Like the other side, the upside down version in the metaverse or something like that, so you can go. I mean, I would sit around and go to shows if I can go, and it's streaming. Where's Joe? Oh, he left. Songbird should have a metaverse Songbird, so I can go hang out in it. I'll pay. I mean, it's the same thing, like that's so a big issue right now is actually like people are buying tickets and then not showing up. And venues are saying, like, venues are like, we're not making money because people aren't there, buying drinks, which is how the venues make money. But like, if I could go and attend the show and say that my metaverse ticket covers the cost of like streaming, or the people in the metaverse cover the cost of streaming, you just get more reach, you get more people, you can grow the venue, the artist grows too, because assuming a percentage of that does go to the artists. I don't know. It's up to you guys to find the business model there.
The only thing I'd say on that, Chris, though, is that actually, although we're talking very loudly about the examples where it did fund itself and it did pay for itself, practically speaking, it really isn't returning the money required to do the production and everything. It's existing off the fact that people physically go to shows at the moment. I mean, actually, we've in COVID, a lot of our venues built streaming because it's very important to keep communities connected, and it's what we could do. And there are definite roles for it, in people who have access issues, people who still feel uncomfortable in crowded situations, lots of stuff like that. But they're all losing money on it. I mean, especially on the new and developing talent angle of it, where people aren't going to wander into rooms in the metaverse to see and hang around to see whether a band they don't know is any good or not. They might do that if they're out with their friends. And I nearly said something really, really outrageous, which is basically, until they prove to me that the metaverse is going to still result in children being born, then I'm concerned. I'm concerned about where we're going with that, because a whole strand of what we do does result in relationships being formed, which are quite important to the extension of the species. So, did I phrase that politely enough? I thought it was all right. I failed to say, look, you're not having sex in the metaverse. So that you can edit that bit out. Well, maybe you are. I don't know. Maybe you are.
I think some people have figured that out. Okay. Thank you. I imagine we'll have time for 2 questions. We had 8. We'll figure it out. What can the future of diversity, equity, and inclusion look like in your workplace and in your work sector?
I don't mind going first on that. I'm planning my own extinction. I have hired an almost exclusively female team because the music industry is stuffed full of people who look like me, and we need to get out of the way. We're working with Black Lives in Music to ensure that we are hitting the targets we should be hitting for our community, to represent our community effectively within our own organization. And then broader than that, I would say that I still believe I believe, first of all, you can't be it if you don't see it. That's a really basic cultural principle. But I also believe that you're more likely to believe that you can be it if you see somebody that looks like you. And I think until we change the industry, from the ground up with people who look like our communities, then that's the work we should be doing. We have to replace the model that we've had. Well done for them. Well done for them. They built an industry that worked for them, and that's great. We're past that now. We need an industry that works for everybody, and we need to be doing the work to make our industry look like our communities.
Well, I'll jump in here. And some may say, as a nonprofit that's centered in a Black neighborhood that's led by a Black woman, that we may not have an issue with DEI. But one of the things that I've realized that there were other marginalized communities that we were not bringing in. And so one of the things that we've done now is to bring in translators and to translate to a lot of the other communities, larger communities that we've developed, and I have a classmate that was able to translate our forms into Arabic. Another classmate, or neighbor rather, that was able to translate things into Spanish. And then actually recruiting them as mouthpieces to the communities, to their specific communities, to bring in others, because every culture loves music. And so the thing with Memphis Slim House, again, sitting in the middle of this Black neighborhood, we didn't want to get too jaded or polarized and caught up in black and white, that we did not take the initiative to again, round up other marginalized communities that may not have this access, may not have these types of spaces, but also enjoy music, and making sure that we were all inclusive and making sure that we did provide a space for everyone. And making sure that they felt welcome by, again, offering the translation. Just seeing your language on a website it speaks a lot. It just shows, as far as how welcome you are in that space, that someone took the consideration to write it out in your specific language to communicate with you. And so that's some of the things that we're doubling down on, because like I said, we've had everything else, the check marks on everything else, but that was one of the things that we're working on towards the close of this year, and specifically going into 2023. It's just, how do we include other marginalized communities to make sure that we unite and unify those communities over these resources to better build the city up.
That is amazing. I mean, and from festival production standpoint, I know this is something we've been building towards, and you're always like at a point where you're like, how do we make this happen with like limited budget? But this is also something that I think we should be working with our local governments on. This is an important thing. Every city has they're forming these offices of DEI or disability rights, and I think that this is the role that these offices should be playing, and there should be funds set aside for this type of support. But that is really amazing, and having a small festival, I know that that's like our number one thing to do is like more translation, having I'm blanking on the correct word, but having people, translators on stage. So that's something that I think is our real next step and is really important. I think also from including like DEI in the work, I think stakeholder groups, whatever you're building, whether you're building a advocacy coalition or whether you're building a stakeholder group, so whether you're building a festival, I think it's important to have the stakeholder group that is actively seek out members that are not within your circle, because it's so easy to just go within your circle or the people you've worked with. But we've brought in the churches in the community into our work, because like obviously healing in music in churches is like the most, I mean that is healing in music, right? We've brought in mosques, we've brought in other religious organizations from the community into our stakeholder group, so that it's we are making sure that everyone has a place at the table in the planning, and then that includes the staff and the volunteers and the people that come into the event. I think there's something we're doing now, we're working on, that is a piece of legislation that we hope to push through on the local level in 2023, is this a fair trade music legislation. Essentially, if the city is funding an entity, whether funding a festival or funding or giving a tax rebate to a venue through our venue tax rebate program that we have here, each of these entities receiving the funding should meet this like fair trade music thing, which is like fair pay. Everyone has contracts, sort of best practices, but that in that best practices, that there's a venue and the person, there should be a number of DEI sort of guidelines in there that you as a venue are working with multiple communities, your staff is diverse, you have certain things. So I think that's an important part of our fair trade music, part that we've added in, and we want to really focus on. We're going to try to pass this legislation this year. So I'm looking forward to working on that too.
I'd quickly say two things: authenticity and intentionality. 80% of our leadership team is BIPOC. That's not because we sat down and we said, oh, we're going to make, but that's because music is the model. And music is about merit. If you can play, you can play. I don't care what you look like. I don't care where you came from, right? I had one of the worst exchanges I've ever had in my professional career with an out-and-out racist a couple of years ago after George Floyd, and he sent this terrible message on the 4th of July. And it was like, because he was mad about some of the people we had played on the air. And I just wrote back to him and I said, I don't know why you could possibly listen to, or how you could possibly listen to music with your eyes and not your ears. And so, it's important to see the leadership, but it's also important to challenge the existing systems and fault lines that you have, right? In whatever industry you're in. And for us, in particular in classical music, that's a rough one. We are full of fault lines, right? In terms of what we think the music is, why we think it's relevant, who it should appeal to, who it has appealed to, how we talk, like all this stuff. So one of the things we're doing is we're simply coding our classical music database with intentionality. Is this a female composer, female performer? Is this a Black composer? Is this a Latinx? Just going down the line and literally saying we have to be more intentional about what it is that we're programming and making sure that we're sharing that with the audience, not in some lecture way, right? But just simply in an informative way. You probably didn't know this. Cool, huh? Right? You didn't think that this was associated with classical music because we've been screwing it up for the last 50 years in terms of talking about it. Or frankly, we haven't had the recordings to showcase some of the most brilliant composers that have been out there because they never had the opportunity to have their works recorded at a high enough level that they could stand next to a recording of a Beethoven or a Bach or a Rachmaninoff or whatever, right, by a major symphony orchestra. So again, I think we have to be much more intentional about our core product and ensuring that we're doing our best work. And then the third thing I'll say very quickly is we've got to push ourselves to get outside of our known universe. So for instance, right now we're in the middle of a classical music diversification study with a station in Seattle, a station in New York, a station in Oklahoma, and one in Philadelphia. And that's a national study done by a well-known research firm that's going into just doing focus groups as well as surveys in each of our markets, but also doing a national survey to find out the alignment between the two. But the object of this research is not our own listeners. The object of the research is people who are out there who have some level of affinity with classical music, but aren't listening to us. And we are targeting, the Asian community, Black America, Latin America, Indigenous and white America, to understand how they all perceive what we do, but most importantly, how they engage and perceive this music, so that we can challenge ourselves to go beyond our comfort zone and say, if we're going to be authentic and reach you, who has an interest in classical music, just not interested in us, and the way we do it, we're going to have to listen to what it is you see and think and hear about us, that whether you think about us at all, by the way. And in many cases, what's really rough in this research is when they start telling you we just don't exist in their world. Oh, I don't like to hear people talk about classical music. Holy cow, that's exactly what we do, right? Like, how are we going to make any money if we can't tell you about classical music? Or I only listen to stuff referred to by my friends. That's not radio, right? We curate, we project. So all of these things are going to force us to acknowledge that we are not all that. And we're going to have to think differently if we're going to reach out to more diverse communities.
Thank you. Just the final question. Tell us about a more recent or up and coming artist that you are listening to. And to you, how do you see them as a strong influence in the future of a more reimagined music industry?
So I'll jump in on that one too. Well, I would be remiss if I did not bring up, our hometown here, or like a few of them. Speaking of Marco Pave of Memphis, Tennessee, and also he did a recent Grammy nomination as of this week, with a really amazing message. Another band that I've really, really enjoyed is actually out of the UK. It's a group called SAULT, spelled SAULT. They just recently did the drop where you can get a lot of their music for free. But that was kind of going into what I was speaking of earlier about the healing, the regenerative music that we get, and choosing what we opt to take in, in our own personal healing. Their music is amazing, and it speaks of, whatever, higher power that, that you acknowledge. They speak to all of that, and they speak to, again, music being in that. And I really kind of gravitate to any artist that does that. But I really like them at the moment, because they're a conglomerate of other, like Cleo Soul and a few other artists that I like that have come together to create this amazing project. So yeah.
5 albums too. 5 albums for free.
I think cumbia is the new punk, and this is being written about now. But there are like a number of cumbia bands in DC. There's one, Cumbia Hype, that just heights. These guys are amazing, and I don't know whether it's like I've found this like rabbit hole that I'm going in. I've listened to cumbia over the years, plenty, but there are a couple of national bands that are touring that are getting really big, and local bands that are growing. So that's really been something I've just been really interested in terms of just like getting out and going to shows. I've seen this one band, I'm not getting out that much, but in the past like 2 months, I think I've seen them 3 or 4 times.
God, I listen to so much music every day, all day long. It's just never fair to pick one. I'll hold up one of our Philadelphia talents, a young man named Emmanuel Wilkins, saxophone player, alto player, who is phenomenal. If you haven't heard him, you should. He can play anything, whether it's traditional rap, whether it's fitting into contemporary genres, whether it's playing with masters in a completely free environment. He's extraordinary. And I think he represents the kind of brilliance that the current generation of jazz artists who are at the top of their game, they're charting the way for how we should think and hear about music, because they are able to be so fluid across any medium you put them in, right? Any setting you put them in, they can meaningfully make statements and support other musicians and expand the vocabulary of the music, which really, I don't want to put that on them, but I've heard him do some things. I'm like, I don't think I've ever heard anybody do that, So Emmanuel Wilkins.
All the best music is being made in London right now. So that's going to be easy. Well, no, fair enough. Some of it's from outside London. It's just from England. I would go for Bob Vylan, Vylan, who is a remarkable live artist. I would probably throw Nova Twins, who have a pretty revolutionary take on rock music. Clit Trip, CLTDRP, in case you're wondering how we're going to get that on the radio. That's LGBTQ representative band. and probably Nimmo from that same circuit. I could go on with those, but the thing that unites all of these bands that are coming out of England right now is they are extremely political. They are representing their communities in a way that is really eye-opening. They're not taking any prisoners about it. And the music is super exciting. And I would say that punk is the new punk.
If I can I jump right back in just to add two more names? So I got to shout out Memphis. Memphis is on the map right now. You know, if you're not paying attention to the musical renaissance that's happening in Memphis, it's definitely something to be observed. Coming from a musical city that's always been based off of legacy and history, to see the present and the future really making an impact and standing its own ground with that legacy. You know, with artists like Isaac Hayes and Aretha and Carla and Rufus and all of them. But two in particular, speaking of the Stax artists. An artist by the name of Kirby that is out of Memphis, and also an artist by the name of Mono Neon. Both of them are products of Stax Music Academy. And there was a question that you all asked about youth engagement and how to get youth involved. That's a definite example, because these two artists are leading in what they do. Mono Neon, if you haven't heard of him or seen him, you see him before you hear him most of the time. Mono Neon. Neon is definitely, the thing. He just recently did a partnership with Fender. He has a new specialty bass that is Neon. It's amazing. If you know him, he went into tonal studies at Berkeley, and so his whole how he plays. And when I say Mono Neon has been this way, I was fortunate to teach both of them when they were younger and at Stax Music Academy. But Mono Neon really is just prime example of staying true to yourself and being who you are, and showing up. Prince watched his videos and called him in and was like, hey, I want to jam. Not everyone can say that they're privileged enough to have Prince to call you and say, hey, I'm flying you up tomorrow. I want to come, I want you to come and jam. But these are just two shining examples of two people who made it out of Memphis, who made it out of this legacy town that people never thought that we would have this resurgence of the industry. And they really became their own artists, and they really took charge of their artistry. Kirby decided to do a song every single day, and she did a 365 project where she decided to write a song every single day. I think by the 17th song, she was picked up. The song Die For You that Beyonce did to dedicate to Jay-Z was written by Kirby. There was a song on I don't know if we can say his name, Kanye's album, but it's like he's that person. But she wrote for so many different artists, and they're again prime examples of when you feed the youth and give them access to real live examples, and not just examples, but positive avenues to really be themselves and encourage them, and don't get, caught up in the legacy fatigue of wanting to fit the model that's already existed or already been there. And they took that and they stood proudly on the backs of the legacy artists that were there, but then they transformed what they learned in this history that they got, and they really created this whole new thing with it, and now they're leading the charge. And so, like I said, that's a prime example again, when you have the history and you also have the encouragement of the youth to work in tandem with each other. And now we're beginning to see the fruit of that whole effort. And so many others, Jazzy, if Old Town Road, she hates that, to mention Old Town Road, but that was one of the biggest ones. But it's so many different artists that are emerging from Memphis right now that I'm so proud of, because I've watched them get it from the mud, as youth, and heard their stories, and, dried their tears in certain instances of them being afraid of, having to leave their cities and not having an infrastructure, and feeling like they don't want to negate the history, but they didn't see their part in it. And all of that, and and letting them know it's okay to leave, but to keep home inside of you, regardless of where you're at. And again, to see them emerge as leaders in the industry, and not just, I'm not talking them up because they are from Memphis, but they genuinely have great music. Because it's a bunch of people from Memphis I could talk about, but the music isn't all that positive, and so I don't definitely want to steer towards that. But like I said, they're amazing. So Mono Neon, Kirby. If you ever, want to listen, Mono Neon has an uncanny way of making you happy, in the weirdest sense, because happiness always translates through his music because he's very happy being himself. And I think that's what the world needs right now.
All English music just makes you really angry, really properly angry. And I think in this particular cycle of where we are in the world, anger is pretty important that we should all feel it. Like, go and listen to Benefits. You never heard an angrier band. Wargasm, super, super angry. And you know why? They should be angry. They should be angry about the state of the world and the state of the music scene. And so I just love all that angry music that's coming out at the moment.
Thank you all so much. Can we give our panelists a round of applause? And what would this panel be if I didn't ask Sean Edwards how he reimagines the future? And what is your advice to our panelists and the people in this room since you've been watching and participating the last 2 days with us?
Hey, I'm sorry. I mean, I guess some advice would definitely to make room. I mean, I've always felt like I never, I guess, like had that voice to really share my input. If normally like older adults, they shut you down. I mean, naturally sometimes, but I definitely think if we want to reimagine an ecosystem that's aligned and an ecosystem that works for our future, I mean, the children are our future. So definitely making room and allowing yourself to just, take a step back and use what you've learned and your experiences to influence people like me, influence so many other people who came out today. And thank you again so much for all of your input and all of your advice.
Thank you, everybody. Just a couple quick words in closing. Thank you, obviously, to everybody in this room. Thank you to the community of folks who've been following us all day on Zoom remotely and folks who are watching this in the future from the archive. This is an amazing couple of days, and all of us at Music Policy Forum are so appreciative of everybody who's come and brought your A game. You brought your energy and your ideas, and your creativity and your vulnerability, and it's incredibly inspiring and moving. Obviously, Danny Grant, Kate Becker, Ashley Keaton, Anna Chalenza, Hakeem Bellamy, who sadly couldn't be with us because he's in fucking law school, jackass. But MPF board, who worked so hard to kind of pull all this stuff together. I'm just going to say this, Mark David. When we talk about reimagining, I just am going to go one more time. We have to stop thinking about music as entertainment. And in 2012, okay, here we go. Turn off the Zoom. No, in 2012, when I'm at the 930 Club with Eliza and Sophie, we're 14 and 12, and Santa Gold gets on that stage and plays Go, and here come the dancers, and here comes the thing, and I have goosebumps now. That's not entertainment. And it may not be public health, right? I mean, that may be the wrong frame, but we need to own that this is different than entertainment, right? This is not the Commanders Monday night game against the Eagles, which was freaking awesome. It's a different thing. And if we're going to reimagine, and if we're going to basically take the man on the challenge of Save Our Stages, right? And showing us the pathway to redefining what is possible in terms of federal engagement and support, we need to change our frame and our rhetoric, right? So it may not be public health. I hear you on that. I agree with that and take that. But I really hope that our community can own the fact that when we gather, when we're offering hope, we're offering inspiration, and we are paying our artists what they deserve because they are ministering to us. And policymakers get it. Kate Becker, Dow Constantine gets it, right? We can make this stuff happen, right? So I hope that we leave this, being very focused and sort of engaged in this notion that we have collective control here and putting things forward to help policymakers write the checks or pass the policies They're going to allow us to build these bigger, stronger, more resilient, more equitable music ecosystems. That wasn't too bad, right, Jimmy Duffy? Oh, all right. Rebecca Gates, you have been a friend and an ally and a champion of this work for 20 years. It was an honor and a privilege to co-produce this with you. The programming that you guys saw today was really the result of Rebecca's imagination and her ability to think in a very deep and serious and strategic and thoughtful way, much more than my 5-point plan. So Rebecca, it's been really beautiful to work with you on this. And obviously Ben Harbert and Jay Hammond and everybody here at Georgetown, we are just so honored to be able to come back year after year after year. It's especially great to work with you this year. I thought that labor panel that Ben put together, what a smart fucking conversation, right? I mean, what a way to start this day off. So Ben, coming up and we're gonna get everybody off to cocktails, right? Or not cocktails. Beer and wine. So a lot of times you say we couldn't have done this without you. I look at every one of you and you're somebody we couldn't have done this without. This is an audience like no other. Certainly Michael, Rebecca, Jay put a lot of time into planning this thing and bringing you here through the issues we identified. There were lots of them, through the people we identified, which then influenced the issues we wanted to talk about. It was wonderful. Special thanks to Hans Larson, Campfire Music Foundation, who organized all the student labor here. And I want to underscore, as I said before, an apology for it being so cold. Universities are suffering too. What they did was not just checking boxes to make sure that you were in. They made up for a lot of the lost labor that we have from staff shortages here at the university. So like, badass. Thank you. Great work. They're also studying for exams and writing papers while they're doing all this stuff too. So yes, thank you. So here's what we're going to do. So the students will take you over to our reception that we're going to do over in the Divine Theater. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I thank Claire. I want to thank Jim for being here for a long day and documenting what's happening. It's very important for us moving forward. And to Jacob and also to Chad, who's here. It's important work.
Great.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. So here's how it's going to work. The students will make sure that you don't get lost. The building's actually right that way, but it's called the Davis Center for Performing Arts. It's our building there. And we're going to be downstairs in the Black Box Theater and the Divine Theater. I ask one thing, we talk about stewardship. Would you mind picking up a cup or a bottle and putting it over there so that students don't have to do that work at the end of the night? No, chairs are fine. We're going to leave that there. But the other thing I ask you to do is that, so we're going to go there, beer, wine, non-alcoholic drinks, conversation. And we have 3 students, Amanda Estevez, Malachi Quarles, and Joel Basis are playing original music for us. They're going to be background music. And then we're going to point to them. I'm going to acknowledge them and they're going to sing play a few tunes that they've worked out. We've been talking about music this whole time and they're going to give us music, and they are younger than most of us in here. They're so excited to play music for you, even if it's background conversation. So just give them some props. They're amazing musicians. We were talking about our favorite music that we've listened to so far. My favorite music is the music that students bring. They're in the thick of it. So please give them props and head up there and you'll be ushered to where you need to be. And thank you so much for this. This was wonderful.
One last stewardship thing for the next room. We are offering red wine. They have asked us to please make sure the red wine goes, or white wine or liquids go nowhere near the chairs. So if you're going to spill red wine, take it outside or spill it on yourself. Thank you.
Ooh, you're brave. No effect.